Good morning, and we are going to be starting on time and blazing through our schedule this morning, our agenda, with care and consideration. This is the meeting called to order. It's now 9 a.m., and we will have a moment of silence, reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Rickman, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you. And for the record, this is the board meeting of June 23rd, 2021. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Chairman, Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Here.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Patty.
Present. Thank you. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the agenda. If you wish to speak on the 2021-2022 final budget, you will be called in the order of which the item is scheduled on the hearing agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any written submissions for public comment?
No, we do not have any written public comments.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward for public comment?
Looks like we do have one request for a public comment that's for a non-agendized item. Nicholas Chaplin.
Okay, well then before Nicholas, before you come up there, I have a disclaimer to read. We request that you come forward to the podium, physically distant 6 feet from each speaker. Is that relative anymore? And wear a mask when addressing the board. I don't think this is relative. Please state your name for the record. There's a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds prior to the end of the 3 minutes. Then you can anticipate the red light. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during the comments, although nobody does, and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. Nicholas, please come on down.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I was not expecting to be called up the moment I walked in the door. Bear with me, I'm a little bit nervous about this. So I emailed each of you my letter of resignation last week, and what I have come to discuss is that up until Thursday, I worked as a mental health outreach worker for San Joaquin Behavioral Health, and almost immediately was subjected to a hostile work environment. There is sexual harassment going on in the workplace, and nothing is being done about it because this time the victim is a man. It is being swept under the rug. There was immediate retaliation after leadership allegedly addressed the situation. A threatening note was left on this man's desk, and once again, nothing has been done about it. I have gone through great sacrifices to accommodate this job schedule, the sporadic schedule, this nonsensical schedule where one moment I'm working a morning shift, the next it's an overnight shift, and then back to a morning. I send my son to live with my mom during the week so that I could accommodate this job. And when I tried to resign 2 weeks into the job, I was promised everything under the sun if I'd stay. My work schedule would be whatever availability I turned in, that would be my work schedule. When I turned in availability that suited my family's needs, it was denied, and they straight up lied and said they never even said that. I have the receipts to prove otherwise. When the sexual harassment was brought up during this meeting, the entire tone of the conversation changed. It became hostile, and I was prompted to resign if I didn't like the situation, to which I did. Then when I tried to continue the discussion, I was told, you already made your decision, you should just stop talking and leave. So I wrote the letter of resignation that I forwarded to each of your email addresses and to the clerk as well. And the deputy director of 24-hour services forgot to remove me from the response chain and immediately went into a cover-up where a lie was told about how I became violent towards the end of this meeting and threw my badges at supervisors and yelled, I quit. None of this happened. And in fact, when someone I have on the inside questioned the supervisors about making that statement, they denied ever making it. So this is coming straight from the deputy director of 24-hour services. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Nicholas. Okay, moving on now, unless anybody else from the public would like to come forward and make a statement, we are now going to move on to our continuation of the County of San Joaquin fiscal year 2021 final budget hearing. The public hearing for the 2021-22 county budget is continued. We will begin the presentations with an overview of special districts from Deputy County Administrator, Mr. Chris Rose.
Good morning, Chairman Patty and members of the board. This is the public hearing for the special district's budgets. Materials are located behind tab 3 in your budget binder. The 21-22 budget includes 122 special districts governed by your board. Total appropriations are $51.7 million. Special districts provide funding for parks, maintenance, street lighting, water, sewer, storm drain, flood control, stormwater pollutant prevention, and hazardous waste collection. The purpose of today's meeting is to adopt the budgets for the special districts for 21-22. Public notices were published in the newspaper and posted within districts, with copies of the budgets, assessments, and engineering reports available for review through the clerk of the board. Presentations will be made by General Services and Public Works for the districts they manage. Procedurally, it is recommended that the public be invited to make comments after each presentation, and then at the end of the public hearing, your board will take action on all the special districts' budgets at one time. Chairman Patty, the first presentation is scheduled for the County Service Area for Parks and Recreation by Judy Vassbinder, the Parks Administrator, and will now introduce the item.
Good morning, Ms. Vassbinder. Welcome back.
Thank you.
This isn't deja vu. Didn't we do something about this yesterday?
I know. I like to subject myself to uncomfortable situations.
Try holding the seat.
Good morning, Chair Patty and board members. Before you today are the budgets for the 8 county service areas managed by the Parks and Recreation Division. The majority of the service areas are unable to operate within their available annual revenues on a consistent basis, which requires the services in these areas to be adjusted to allow them to remain open to the public. During fiscal year 2021-2022, 5 of the 8 parks will also be utilizing fund balances for continued operation in order to maintain this level of service, with any remaining costs being subvented through the Parks and Recreation and funded through the general fund. CSA 4, which is Dos Reyes Regional Park, does generate revenue through parking and campground fees, which directly supports Dos Reyes. CSA number 48, which is Woodbridge Community Park, rely on property tax assessments, which have remained relatively consistent. Dos Reyes and Woodbridge Community Park are able to be maintained within their current assessments, with the exception of Woodbridge, which has a 5% general benefit, which must be funded through the general fund and will continue to do so. This concludes my presentation of parks and the parks managed CSAs. Any questions? I'm off the hook. I'm good. Thank you. I know. I just always. Thank you, guys. Oh.
Chairman Patty, board members, Chris Balaji, the Director of Public Works, will now introduce the items for the Public Works Department.
Mr. Balaji, come on down, sir.
Good morning, Chair Patty, members of the board. I give the honor of presenting this item to Mr. Buckman.
Good morning, Chair Patty and board members. The Flood Control and Water Conservation District budgets, tab 3.2 in your budget package, include the budget for the district itself, along with budgets for district zones 2, 9, 10, Sajafka Assessment District 96-1, and McCalmey River Water and Power Authority. These budgets fund flood management, levee maintenance, and water resources activities, which are described in the board package and presented today for your consideration. Key activity areas in flood management for the coming fiscal year include participating in ongoing efforts to plan for and implement 200-year flood protection improvements for the Mossdale Tract area, completing $3 million in state grant-funded studies to identify small community flood protection improvements, advocating in the county's interest in response to national flood insurance program changes, and reauthorizing legislation anticipated during the coming year. Levee maintenance priorities include establishing a new benefit assessment district that will generate additional revenue needed for compliance with state and federal levy maintenance requirements, securing regulatory permits and completing construction for the $9 million state grant-funded Upper Mormon Slough erosion repair project, and maintaining active status of our project levies in the federal PL 8499 program, which pays to rehabilitate storm damage levees. On the water resources front, implementing Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requirements will continue to be a primary focus. We'll continue to implement efforts for the Eastern San Joaquin Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan, and complete development of the Tracy Subbasin Plan prior to the January 2022 statutory deadline. Other high priority water resources efforts include securing consensus among the Eastern San Joaquin Integrated Regional Water Management Plan partners in allocating $6.5 million in state funding for water projects in the county, supporting ongoing operation of the Dream Groundwater Banking Demonstration Project in partnership with East Bay Mud and North San Joaquin Water Conservation District, and continued advocacy for the county's interest in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. These activities are all consistent with the goals set forth in the strategic plan to meet water needs adopted by your board in 2015. Chair Patty and board members, this concludes my presentation for the Flood Control and Water Conservation District budgets, and Director Pelagi and I are available to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor and Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Buckman. Great presentation as always. In regards to the staff report, it does talk about the restarting for the assessment district, the CALM project. So it just says that, in 21-22 that would be revisited. What specifically are the plans in regards to timing or how we would move forward as far as creating that assessment district to benefit the sustainability of funding for those projects?
We haven't determined the exact timing of moving forward. We have a meeting set up with our outreach consultant to get their thoughts on that, of what the most appropriate timing would be to initiate outreach. We want to be sensitive to people's situations relative to the pandemic and in establishing the timing of moving forward. We anticipate a pretty significant outreach effort over a number of months before we bring it to the board for consideration.
Okay. What do you anticipate the amount that fund would generate to address those particular projects? Any idea?
Yeah, what we currently have proposed, it will generate about $1.6 million of additional revenue per year, and it translates to about $20 per year for a typical single-family residential property.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller, you are extremely involved in water, SJAFCA, LAFCO, oh, not LAFCO, I'm sorry, SJAFCA and our water districts. Any questions?
No, I'm well aware of what our Public Works Department is up to. I get outstanding briefings from our outstanding staff, and in terms of SJAFCA and all of the flood control issues that are going on, I think we are in good shape.
Okay. And when you say briefings, that's probably not coming from Mr. Pelagi, right?
Oh no, they are.
Mr. Pelagi doing briefings.
He does an excellent job keeping me up to date on what's going on in Public Works, and Mr. Buckman is a very capable leader on our water issues. So San Joaquin County continues to not only impress Supervisor Wynn and I with the caliber of our efforts, but we are also very well recognized within the region as providing very strong leadership on water issues.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that. And the vote of confidence is known by all. I do have a couple of things I wanted to talk about on this, and this is just, my nature is what more do we need to do or what more it can be done. I was talking with somebody that lived on a waterway over off the Delta, which is a good part of my district, and they had successfully gotten some dredging completed, And by talking with the Army Corps of Engineers, they put in the argument was basically, if there is ever a levee breach, then you would never be able to get the barges or the support material there to stop the flow of water. And the Army Corps of Engineers recognized that, and they were able to successfully dredge out the canal behind their homes, multiple, a large area. So, this I have heard from many people, and growing up on the Delta and recreating on the Delta, there's a lot of buildup of silt and invasive weeds, even for that matter. I'm wondering what, if any, action or recognition is being taken along those lines for those concerns. When you start to talk about, levee maintenance, and you talk about flood control and these concerns, which at some point we will have wet years and we will have concerns that the levees are not maintained adequately. And as we know, structurally, the levees were never meant to contain water, only direct the flow of water. They're not built with any type of infrastructure or support other than the riprap that's laid on there and the ground, the dirt that encompasses the levee. So I'm wondering what, if any, discussion is happening as it relates to dredging, not just the main channel as needs to happen because of the shipping through the port, but anything through the many miles of waterways through our county.
You're correct. The silting up of the Delta channels causes a number of issues. It reduces the ability to convey flood flows in the channels. It can disrupt the water supply reliability for farmers who are diverting water from the Delta. So there are a number of pretty important issues that silting up of the levees causes, or of the channels causes. As you know, though, permitting through state and federal resource agencies to do dredging is very difficult to secure. We are looking to pursue some dredging of Old and Middle River with the Paradise Cut expansion project that a number of partner agencies are working on, including the County Flood Control District. So that's something we're looking to secure there. We've also, through our federal advocates, had some discussions trying to advocate to ease the permitting requirements for levees. It's a significant issue for the port as well, who's had some degree of success getting dredging permitted because it affects navigation as well. So, facilitating the permitting for dredging is a pretty significant priority for us.
Understood. And so I'm wondering if, and since they had a very successful argument discussing with the Army Corps of Engineers to get a permit to do this dredging, as they had done a couple of years ago now, I guess, within the last year or two. I'm wondering if, through the CAO, if there's any type of action we could take as a board to declare, a water infrastructure safety concern or emergency order of some sort. That the CAO and I both have that authority, and this is a real threat. We've seen breaches recently in our recent wet years that a couple of levee banks have blown out. As you note, we have a threat to the agriculture. We have a threat to the flow. There's a large algae blooms now because there's less flow of water. So I'm just wondering if it's something that perhaps through County Council's office we might want to discuss, if that would be helpful, that we're drawing attention by calling a bit of a level of escalating it to a level of urgency or emergency, so that we're being preemptive to what is actual, not hypothetical. We know that silting up and the pressure on the levee banks increases because the water isn't down in the lower channel of the flow. So something like that, Mr. Bellagio, would that be helpful in any capacity?
That's a great idea, Chair Patty. We will bring that up to our advisory water committee members, where many of the reclamation district representatives serve on the commission, and brainstorm the ideas on the pros and cons of it. And should there is a consensus there, we'll definitely bring it back to you for consideration to this board.
Right. And I'm certain that we're not the only region, although the San Joaquin Valley is very unique with the peat dirt and such, but I'm sure we're not the only region that would have the same, buildup of whether it be silting or sand material that's trickled down from the mountains and increases it decreases the depth of the water.
Absolutely, and as Mr. Buckman mentioned, Paradise Cut is a trial balloon for us, so to speak, and let us see how that proceeds, and based on the success of that, we should be able to extend that to the other reaches of the waterways within our county.
Okay.
And I think we'd be interested in talking to your constituent about the process they utilized to secure their permit and who they worked with at the Corps. That would be helpful for us.
Okay, it was a resident that I knew. I was lifted a spa in his backyard, and he told me all about it on one weekend. So, all right, I do know how to reach him again, and we'll talk about it for sure. But just, always think about what next, what more. When we're talking about flood and levees and these concerns, it's something that I know when we've gone back to Washington, I've thrown out in conversations when you have the ear of someone at the Army Corps of Engineers or any of the other departments. I'll just randomly throw it out there just to kind of try to talk it through, and maybe somebody at some point it resonates, and as they ascend up to a higher position, they're still cognizant and aware that we have these risks here locally, and it's problematic. We have a lot of agriculture, or a lot of economic benefit from the Delta, and those that recreate. Their boats are damaged. They're no longer able to access the water as they used to, where they reside and where they pay taxes. Absolutely.
We'll look into that, Chairman Patty.
And before you're dismissed, Mr. Balaji, we have a special guest in the audience that we'd like to acknowledge?
Thank you for bringing that up. Mr. Jim Stone, the fearless leader who is our Deputy Director for Maintenance and Operations of all the roadways, water, channel utilities, fleet and everything, and trying to abandon the ship and retire and go for happy pastures, actually. So I would like to acknowledge Mr. Stone today.
And how many years, Mr. Stone, were you working with our county?
Chair Patty, I've been with the county for about 8.5 years. I did work for the city of Manteca for 11.5 years before that, so I feel like I've been serving the county residents for 19 years now.
And before that, you had an extensive history as well.
I was in the Army for 26 years before that, so I've been in public service for, seems like, all my life.
We want to thank you. We appreciate having you. It's been a very steady leadership. I know you've been an extremely helpful and beneficial guide on many of the issues, with Mr. Buckman and Mr. Balaji. And so we really appreciate that you've been here, dedicated, working for our county, and wishing you lots of happiness and success and enjoyment with wherever your ventures bring you next.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the board and the board members who were before me. Probably the one thing that I would like the public to understand and to know is that I have always felt perfectly comfortable being perfectly honest with all of you, whether you were going to like what I was telling you or not. I have always felt that you wanted to know the truth and wanted to know my opinion, and I've never felt any kind of retribution for speaking the truth to power, I guess. And I really appreciate that, because I know people in similar positions in other agencies who can't say that. So I really appreciate that, and I want the public to know that all of you, at least in my experience, they want to hear every side of every argument. I also would like to point out, I always say I've got the best job in the county, because I have about 300 employees that work for me who do the county's work every day. The channel maintenance, road maintenance, solid waste, utility districts, and fleet employees are out there every day. I had a great message left on my voicemail Friday from a very concerned nurse who called and complained that our employees were working too hard out in the heat. And that's every public works and I guess manager's dream, is to have someone call and complain that their employees were working too hard. And she was very concerned about the heat, and we do make sure that our employees have cooling and water and all those sort of things. But our employees are out there in the heat, they're out there in the smoke, they're out there in the rain, they're out there in the wind, they're out there in the cold, they're out there in the garbage, and they're there every day, and they take a lot of pride in what they do. So I am very proud to have enabled them to do their jobs, and appreciate all of your assistance in doing that. And I guess the one last thing I'll say is I now have the legal authority and funding to retire, so I'm going to.
And Mr. Bellagio is letting that happen?
Over his objection.
I've got Supervisor Villapu would like to say a word.
Jim, I just
Jim,
wanted to tell you.
Don't disappear yet.
Yeah. I want to tell you thank you for years of service you put in and everything you did for our district. You're always, Mr. Bellagio, everyone, your whole team is just fantastic, and I want to say congratulations on your retirement. Hope you have a wonderful time.
Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair Patty. You talk about your candor in regards to the board. I've also seen you in action with the public. You are diplomatic but straightforward. I would kind of equate it to an old TV series where the detective used to talk about just the facts, and that's you. Pretty much black and white. But I also say that in those, and with Director Bellagio and Chris Buckman and other public works staff, we've had a lot of town hall meetings, a lot of concerned citizens, sometimes downright angry. And I want to thank you for participating in some of those meetings and providing the accurate information, which oftentimes settles, those particular residents, because you tell it like it is, but more importantly, they understand. And you have a tremendous amount of credibility, and I want to thank you for your service. And you will be missed by me, and I do enjoy those conversations where you tell me that, maybe I'm not on target, but that's okay. That's why you're there and I'm here. So again, I wish you the best in your retirement. I know you'll enjoy it, so thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Jim, it's been a real pleasure working with you. I think it's very telling that when you are here receiving our compliments, your natural and first response is to deflect that to your team. And that's really what leadership is. And you're very aware that you're not doing it all alone, that you're leading a team, and part of their effectiveness is due to your leadership. So just know it's been a real pleasure working with you. I wish you all the best in your retirement. I know how many late hours and middle of the nights and all of those natural disasters that have occurred that have kept you away from your family. And I really hope that you all enjoy your time together, your increased time together. Your gain is San Joaquin County's loss, believe me. So thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Stone, congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for your dedication. I'm the newest one here on the board, so I didn't get to work with you as long as the other supervisors. However, I'm very aware of the great job Public Works men and women do, and of course that's a direct reflection on you, Mr. Bellagio, and Mr. Buckman, and everyone else. And of all the departments that we have here in the county, and the one that I probably call the most and work with the most is Public Works, and probably maybe to the chagrin of Mr. Bellagio. But I just want to thank you for all you guys do. And what people don't realize, the roadways that we drive on, for example, is a direct reflection of you making sure we have the efficient flow of traffic that we all strive for, and that's because of the Public Works team. So thank you all for your hard work, and please enjoy your retirement. That's what we all strive for, and go out and have some fun. Not like you weren't having fun before, but have more fun.
Chairman Patty, I want to close by repeating one of Jim's favorite quotes. Anything you would go tell him, like, Jim, can you take care of it? He would say, show me the money, give me the authority. I can do anything for you. Thank you.
Is that what your wife says to you, Mr. Stone? So, Mr. Balaji, just in closing on this, and Madam Clerk, I'm not sure if we have any public comments on this discussion item remind me before we move on, but I just want to say, thanks to your leadership and the team that you assemble. I know that there's big shoes to fill, but I know you work hard. You've got a great supporting cast, and we do an outstanding job thanks to you and everybody, Mr. Buckman, and beyond. There's a great depth chart from you guys on down. So you'll be missed, but you'll be replaced. Good luck. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any comments on that?
Thank you, Chairman Patty. We do not have public comments on this item. However, I do want to point out that last night and this morning we received 2 public comments related to the budget, not necessarily on any of the specific topics today. But I think before we close the public hearing, the board should hear those 2 comments.
Okay, very well. Maybe after we're hearing this, after we move on to the next.
Correct. So before you wrap up to make your final decisions on the budget this afternoon,
okay.
We should hear these public comments.
Great, thank you. So then next we're going to move on. We've got our overview of the non-county organizations for...
Excuse me, Chairman, we are not done with special districts yet.
Oh, we're not. I'm sorry.
All right, so without further ado, Chair Patty, members of the board, the item now I'm going to be presenting to you is found within tab 3.3 of your budget material and comprises consideration of more than 100 special districts that we are responsible for administering. These districts provide services such as water, sewer, storm drainage, street lighting, household hazardous waste, and or other miscellaneous special services to properties within their respective district boundaries. The proposed special district budget appropriations total $29 million, which is approximately $1.7 million or 6% higher than the 2021 fiscal year. This is primarily due to an anticipated increase in operations and maintenance expenses in a number of districts and an increase in planned capital improvements. Each special district, as you are very familiar with, is funded through one or more service charges, depending upon the particular services provided, which are paid by the benefiting property owners. Property owners in 54 districts of the 100 have previously approved inflation adjustments or multi-year rate increases for 68 service charges. However, based on district financial conditions, only 21 of these service charges are proposed to include full adjustment, and just 20 charges are proposed to include a fraction of the maximum authorized amount. And I'm very happy to report that 27 service charges are proposed with no adjustment at all. The key message that I want to convey is that just because our constituents approve or give us the right to increase rates, we do not take advantage of that. We only increase rates when and where we see it is absolutely necessary to provide those services to them. So providing cost-effective services within the small districts, of course, you hear this from me year after year after year. This, providing these types of services for the smaller districts continue to be a challenge, due in large part due to the lack of the economies of scale that we could achieve if these districts were to be larger, much like what we would see in Los Angeles, San Diego, such big areas. So, and also we lack these revenue enhancement opportunities because the district size being very small. Developing long-term fiscal responsibility continues to be a significant challenge for a few districts, given increasingly strict regulatory requirements that are imposed on us, particularly for water and sewer services, and the requirements for the property owner approval for increasing rates under the Proposition 218. To help ensure the financial viability, a number of districts are being considered for rate increases during the next several years, the timing of which will depend on the duration and outcome of outreach efforts to the affected property owners. The most important thing to note is that due to the success we have had in recent years, securing the property owners' consent for rate adjustments, the majority of the rate increase proposals in the coming years will be only for inflationary increases. So in other words, that we have been successful in taking care of the rate increases that are necessary to bring capital reserves and capital improvements that we need to do. And so we're going to be going to them only for the inflationary rate adjustments. So staff will work with the board members regarding the outreach to those property owners that are tailored to each district's demographics and the nature of the proposed cost increases. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we suspended moving forward with a number of rate increase proposals last fiscal year or the current fiscal year until earlier this month. We will be resuming that going forward. Rate proposals for 4 districts are currently pending, and 3 more are planned to be initiated shortly after the fiscal year begins, 21-22 fiscal year, and we anticipate completing the process for at least 4 additional districts in the coming fiscal year. I'm also very, very pleased to report, due to the hard work of the staff and your leadership and support, as a result of our efforts over the past several years, we are well on our way to achieving our self-imposed goal of reaching financial health for all our districts by year 2025. This is a number we picked, 2025, and we resolved to ourselves that when we hit 2025, all those districts that were bleeding red will be in a good financial condition. And I'm also very happy to report that due to the hard work and smartness of Ms. Jenna Roots, Alex Chetley, and Mr. Buckman, by 2023, all but a handful of these districts would have already reached that goal. So this is a great accomplishment by this community infrastructure engineering team to be serving our constituents, in a very effective manner, using their fees that they are providing for the services we provide. Funding for planned capital improvement projects is proposed within 46 districts, totaling approximately $8.2 million, and these projects are listed in attachment C to your board letter. In addition to the repairs and replacements, which are part of our ongoing operation, these projects include improvements to enhance service efficiencies and reduce operation costs. As you remember, innovation is at the core of everything that we do in public works. So we'll give you an example of such projects to increase service efficiencies and reduce operation costs. Includes advanced metering infrastructure, which would enable us to read meters remotely and monitor the usages for the customers. SCADA remote monitoring, same thing with respect to the functioning of those systems remotely. And also our effort that we would be bringing to you at the next board meeting, the streetlight acquisition from Pacific Gas and Electric Company, thereby realizing cost savings to our customers. So funding for these needs is provided from the capital reserves within the respective district funds. Chair Patty and members of the board, the department's goal is to take the financial conditions of these districts to a condition where all districts would have the replacement reserves adequately funded, and any future cost increases would cover only the inflationary adjustment and any costs needed to meet any new regulatory requirements imposed on us at a state or at a federal level. Thank you again for your leadership and support to get the district's financial conditions to where it is now. Without your support, without you and Supervisor Wen, Supervisor Miller, standing right, in front of us, not even behind us, when we go to the public, asking for these rate increases, explaining to them the need and how we are, fiscally responsible for their money. Without you providing those leadership and assuring them, there is no way that we would have gotten those approvals from those, ratepayers. So thank you for your support, Supervisor Patty. I remember in one meeting you offered to pay for 2 years of someone's yearly annual charge. So things like that puts the credibility of what we tell the public. So, this concludes my presentation, and staff and I are available to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balaji. And just for clarity, each special district has their own account, separate. There's no commingled dollars or anything outside of. So when something is addressed, and oftentimes been a long time since there's a rate adjustment, when it comes along, it is individually, and we also operate without profit. We're only by law allowed to charge what the cost of service would be, and each special district has the ability to take away their drainage or any other lighting, whatever it is. If they want to maintain and operate it themselves, they have that opportunity to do so. In the end, they've always chosen to stay with the county, but we do it without profit, and there are no commingled accounts. It is separate and unique.
You're absolutely correct, Supervisor Patty. The 3 points that you make are very, very valid, that each individual special district is its own business, and their finances are contained within that district, and it can only be used for anything to do with that particular district, and we cannot commingle that. And number 2, our customers always have that opportunity to say that we'll manage our own, and we can happily, provide that option to them as well. And they do choose us because of the efficiencies and the customer service that we provide in there. And you're also absolutely right that, we cannot commingle these other districts' funds with one another to provide any of the services. It has to be owned by that customer who receives that benefit from that district. Yep.
Excellent. And CAO Wolverdine, this went through the auditor's office, so you had to manage all of these counts, is that correct?
Chair Patty, that's correct. The auditor's office is actually responsible for doing a yearly transaction report to the state controller's office. So not only are those things all separately accounted for, they're separately reported through to the state. And every county has to do that has dependent special districts like we do. So we do that. It's a pretty good scramble round about January. Yeah.
And so I imagine the manpower and the hours, the working force power that's necessary to maintain and properly oversee is exhaustive at times, but I know we do and do a great job at it. So thank you. I just wanted to kind of let that be known that how these districts are treated.
And some of them are a lot more complicated than others, aren't they?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I think
just a quick
Vice Chair Wynn.
Just a quick comment and kind of piggybacking on some of your comments, Chair Patty. I want to thank, Public Works over the years because when I first came in, we had a number of districts that were in the red. And because the residents had rejected rate increases for a number of years. And I've watched staff over a period of time kind of fine-tune the message, attend numerous town hall meetings. And I wanted to say that I've seen the success over the years increase to a point where I don't want to say it's on autopilot, but it is certainly streamlined and it is very effective. And I think more importantly, the residents understand, as Chair Patty talks about, that because I have a district that thought they would go someplace else, and when they checked that other location for their maintenance, et cetera, came back to the county. So again, I want to thank staff certainly for their efforts because I think more importantly than just funding these particular special districts, it's I think the trust and the support that our residents have because we explain exactly as Jim has done in the past exactly what is needed, and as Chair Patty talks about, they are independent. We can't, commingle funds or take money from the county, et cetera. So anyway, I just want to comment and thank all of you for the efforts because I know it hasn't been easy, but more importantly, I appreciate certainly the efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Wynn. Remember, we operate with two core principles when it comes to these special districts: transparency and accountability. So that transparency shows people where the money is going to, how we spend it, and how we are accountable for every single dollar that we receive from them. So that's, that's what is helping us to gain that trust and, support from our customers who we provide the service to.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rose, are we complete before I ask if we have any final public comments, or are we moving on?
Yes, that concludes the presentations for special districts.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any additional public comments come in?
Not for this particular item, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on then, sir.
And next we have the non-county organizations with Deputy County Administrator Connie Hart.
Good morning, Chairman Patty and members of the board. As Chris said, the next item scheduled for discussion is the county's contribution to various non-county organizations, or NCOs. The specific organizations are listed in your binder following the tab number 2, labeled non-county organizations. Tab 2 contains a summary listing of each organization that applied for funding and the funding amounts included in the recommended budget. Following the general overview of each NCO's funding request, you'll find the individual application and related documents submitted by each NCO. As noted in the NCO summary in your binder, the recommended contributions for organizations are based on a zero-based budget approach, with the exception of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum, with a recommended base budget of $420,762. Additionally, it should be noted that some NCOs are not recommended for funding based on the board practice of reserving county funding for those organizations that reach beyond one community or city or have immediate plans to do so. This countywide approach has been the practice of this board for several years, and therefore the CAO analysis takes into consideration whether an organization meets the criteria when determining whether or not to recommend funding. Staff developed and shared detailed funding request instructions and guidelines with those NCOs that received funding in 2021, as well as any additional NCOs that have expressed interest. The guidance document clearly spelled out the timeline and due date of March 5th, 2021 for receipt of proposals, as well as a zero-based budget approach. The due date was subsequently extended by your board to April 1st. Specific information was sought, including the organization's operational budgets, other county funding received, programmatic spending plans, and performance-based metrics used in the evaluation of the projected outcomes. The basis for recommendation include consistency with Board of Supervisors' strategic priorities, countywide service delivery, and outcomes from last year's funding. The proposals are included in your binders in alphabetical order within the two types of NCO, community services and cultural services. At tab 2.1, Bread of Life Ministries has requested $170,000 to support its grocery distribution program. Last year, this organization received $75,000 for the program and currently receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $170,000 to support the expanded grocery distribution program, the provision of food to additional nonprofits to assist with their feeding programs, and to provide $75,000 in funding for the purchase or lease of a truck. At tab 2.2, the Children's Home of Stockton has requested $161,266 to support its aftercare and transitional planning program. Last year, this organization received $99,891 for the program and currently receives $1.3 million in other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $161,266 to support that program. At tab 2.3, the Clinton McCausland American Legion Post 190 has requested $175,000 to support the Veterans Emergency Assistance Program, to provide transportation to veterans and their spouses, and to provide vouchers for emergency housing, food, and utility costs. This is the first year that this organization has requested funding and receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes partial funding of $125,000 to cover the cost of a wheelchair-accessible van and 1 year of emergency vouchers. At 2.4, the Community Partnership for Families has requested $152,234 to support the assessment, resource connection, and case management services to youth and adults involved in the criminal justice system. Last year, this organization received $158,378 in funding for the support of this program. Currently, this organization receives approximately $1.7 million in other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $152,234 to support the assessment, resource connection, and case management services to youth and adults involved in the criminal justice system. At tab 2.5, the Haven of Peace has requested $125,300 to provide funding for the installation of a solar system to reduce electricity costs. Last year, this organization received $26,104 in funding and currently receives $6,375 in other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $125,300 to provide funding for the installation of a solar system on the shelter building. At tab 2.6, the Oasis City Center, formerly known as the Lord's Gym City Center, has requested $197,088 to support its Oasis Cares program. Last year, this organization received $130,571 in funding, and this organization receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $197 and $88 in funding for the Oasis Cares program. At tab 2.7, the San Joaquin County Child Abuse Prevention Council has requested $98,107 to support its homeless outreach and meaningful engagement project, or Project Home. Last year, this organization did not receive funding, and this organization receives $4.6 million in other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $98,107 in funding for Project Home. At tab 2.8, Tracy Interfaith Ministries has requested $40,000 to support its food pantry and clothing closet programs. This is the first year this organization has requested funding and receives $10,000 in other county funding. The recommended budget does not include funding for this organization because its programs do not have a countywide reach. At tab 2.9, Transition U has requested $100,000 to support its program to provide transitional housing to homeless female veterans and their children. This is the first year this organization has requested funding and receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $100,000 in funding for Transition U. At tab 2.10, the Women's Center Youth and Family Services has requested $225,000 for supportive educational and crisis intervention services to victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, coupled with emergency shelter for homeless, runaway, and throwaway youth. Last year, this organization received $202,500 and currently receives approximately $1.1 million in other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $225,000. The recommended funding of $225,000 is partially offset by recommended funding from the Domestic Violence Trust Fund in the amount of $116,000. The Domestic Violence Trust Fund is comprised of fees collected and deposited into the fund and receives its revenues from two sources, including $4 from each marriage license issued by the county and fines collected for domestic violence cases. After analysis of the trust fund by the County Administrator's Office, the recommended budget limits annual funding from the trust based on a 5-year average of the deposits made into the fund. For 21-22, it is estimated that $116,000 would be available to fund appropriate programs from the fund. At tab 2.11, Art Expressions has requested $2,535 to provide funding for awards and an awards reception for their high school art show. This is the first time this organization has requested funding and receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $2,535 in funding for the high school art show awards. At tab 2.12, the Mexican Heritage Center and Gallery has requested $8,000 to support the creation of an exhibit regarding the Goat Valley or El Barrio del Chivo neighborhood of Stockton. This is the first year this organization has requested funding and receives $5,000 in other county funding. The recommended budget does not include funding for the Mexican Heritage Center and Gallery. At tab 2.13, the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum has not submitted a request for funding above their base budget. The base funding has been set at $384,300 since 2018-19, and it is recommended that the funding level be raised to $420,762 in order to cover increased labor costs. The Historical Society currently receives approximately $150,000 in in-kind county support for grounds maintenance, tree trimming, and waiver of parking fees for Historical Society members. This organization receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes the base amount of $420,762. At tab 2.14, Worlds of Wonder Science Museum has requested $46,051 to provide funding for the purchase of a second van for the WOW on Wheels program and indirect costs. This is the first year this organization has requested funding and receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes partial funding of $41,865 to cover the cost of the van, leaving an unfunded amount of $4,186 for indirect costs. Each organization has been advised of staff's funding recommendation and notified of today's hearing. My understanding is that some individuals wish to address your board regarding their organization's needs. I will request their comments to your board in the order that we just reviewed, beginning at tab number 2.1. Chairman Patty, this concludes my presentation on the non-county organizations. I'm available to answer any questions the board may have. Should there be no questions, I will call the first non-county organization to make their presentation.
And then making a presentation in acceptance, or we've only got what looks like to be 4 that have not been recommended. Is everybody coming in to give a presentation, or are we hearing from the 4 that have not been fully funded?
All 14 have been invited. 13 have chosen to address the board. They've all been advised that they only have 3 minutes, just like public comment. Many of them just wish to express their thankfulness and gratitude for the board's generosity, but it is 13 of the 14.
Excellent. Look forward to hearing from all of them, whoever's here. Thank you.
Under tab 2.1, may I present Gina Valadez Bracamonte, President of Bread of Life Ministries.
Good morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair. My name is Gina Valadez Bracamonte. Good morning, Mr. Wolverine. I'd like to start by saying that the last 16 months has been extremely difficult for many people. We all know this. And the word essential has become part of our normal vocabulary. But I'd like to think that Billy Graham used it best when he said that it is essential that we do God's work here on earth, that we do God's work. So in saying that, I just want to say thank you, because the gratitude that I have for the county and all of the supervisors for the generosity that you have given to not just Bread of Life, but all the organizations that are represented here today is just, it's overwhelming to me how much generosity that you have for us, because we couldn't do the work without you. Bread of Life is out providing groceries for thousands and thousands of families. We've provided groceries for over 30,000 households last year, and we're in line to do the same this year. But I just want to just say thank you. That's all I want to say is thank you so much for your kindness, for your generosity.
Thank you, Ms. Valadez. I'm not certain. Yes, Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn.
Well, I want to thank you and your staff and all your volunteers for their hard work. I had the privilege of helping out and deliver some of those. I would only make one comment. Oftentimes we think of those who receive food as being, disadvantaged, et cetera. And I would tell you this, there's a lot of families out there that receive those boxes of food and groceries and live in very nice neighborhoods. So it isn't a matter of just, lower income, et cetera. It is across the board in regards to those in need. So I want to thank you and all your staff and volunteers for their hard work, because I could go into talk about the comments that were made when people received that, and I can only tell you that it is heartfelt and it is desperately needed. So thank you, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. And you're absolutely correct. There's a lot of people that just go paycheck to paycheck. And now with a lot of unemployment, there's people that have been waiting for I personally know a handful of people that have lost their jobs recently, and they've been waiting upward towards 3 months, and they haven't received any unemployment. That's unheard of, but it is the facts. And so the groceries that we're providing are helping households. In fact, I'll just give you a small testimony of a young lady that I hired in my office for a temporary position where I work at Delta Bluegrass. And when I was speaking about Bread of Life, she looked at me and became very emotional and tearful. And she said, "Your groceries have helped my family." There was a point when her and her husband were not working, and they had 3 little children at home. And the groceries that she received through one of our outreaches actually provided food for her household when they didn't know where they were going to be, when they were going to be able to get an income to buy food. So that's just one. And if there's one, I know that there's many out there that we've not heard. So again, I just want to say thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. And I assure you that it will go a long way.
Ms. Valadez, we're not done thanking you, so hold on. Supervisor Rickman.
All right, thank you, Chair, and thank you and your organization very much for all you do for your communities. And I just wanted to comment on, looking at the application, and, we looked through a lot of these, that comes before the board, and the transparency and accountability that you guys put into your application, where all the funds are going, is absolutely impressive. And I know the public appreciates that, the board appreciates that. Of course, it helps us make our decision. So if you get that message back to your board of directors and all the volunteers, so thank them for that. And to thank you for your continued hard work for our communities.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Gene, I just want to say what an amazing person you are. I mean, you're everywhere. Every event I go to, every getaway, there's always Bread of Life. You and your committee do a wonderful job for our community. So this money is well deserved, and thank you for everything you do for our community.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming here to thank us, but the reality is we thank all of you. You are our partners. And there's no way that as an organization we could provide all of these services without the partnerships that we have with you, community-based organizations. So thank you from us as well.
Thank you so much.
And I would just further say thank you. We all appreciate, but the county, the community, the citizens, the individuals appreciate the efforts. It's a labor of love, and you do, as Supervisor Rickman points in, it's a very tight, careful accounting that we respect and appreciate. And when it comes to these allocations, myself and Supervisor Villapudua oversee the first review. He's tough. He's really tough, but he's also very generous and understands and recognizes worthy causes, and you're right on top of the list with everybody that's here present. So we thank you and all the community. This is part of the safety net of a community. This isn't government in action. This is a community in action, and we're here. Luckily, we're blessed with this wonderful capitalist system that gives us some tax dollars to share with you so that you can continue doing your community work. So thank you.
Thank you. And if I might share one more thing, I don't know if you know this, but Bread of Life is in its 10th year. And when I started this organization, it was somewhere around the time that the economy had fallen. And I just had a thought in my car by myself when I looked over and I saw multiple houses that were for sale on both sides of the road as I was driving down Oxford and on my way to church. And I said, somebody needs to help these people. They're losing their homes and they're working people. And I thought, well, everybody needs to eat. How hard could it be? Never in a million years would I have ever thought that I would be standing here receiving thanks from all of you for the work that God has just put in my heart to do for the people. People first. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thanks.
Okay, under tab 2.2, may I present Joelle Gomez, Chief Executive Officer of the Children's Home of Stockton.
How do you follow that? Thank you, Chairman Patty, Board of Supervisors, County Administrator, and County staff. Similar to my colleague Gina, I just want to say thank you for the support. All of us have had it incredibly hard over this last year and a half. And I have to really acknowledge that our foster youth, I think, had it even more uniquely difficult, where most of us had the privilege or opportunity or comforts of being able to isolate with our own families. Our foster youth were, isolating on a campus that, of course, is comforting and a home away from home, but it's without their loved ones. It's without their families. Of course, for a long duration of time, they were unable to have family visits because of our isolation. And so I really want to acknowledge and applaud our staff at Children's Home of Stockton who kept things moving forward, giving our kids opportunities, engagement, participation, fun during this very, very hard and critical time during the pandemic. The program that you're supporting, our Transition Aftercare program, is really essential because, and especially because during the pandemic, we saw such a huge uptick in depression, anxiety, and suicide ideation. Transition Aftercare is also substance abuse prevention and education. And our staff, again, did not miss a beat, making sure that our kids had opportunities and follow-up and connections with their families. So I truly thank you for the support and for fully recommending the full support this year of our funding. It is incredibly critical that we sustain this. I do want to let you know that in March of this year, Children's Home reduced our short-term residential treatment program beds. We were at 54. We reduced them to 34. At the same time, we entered into a partnership with the City of Stockton and United Way of San Joaquin, and I'm really happy to tell you that beginning in July, just this next month, we'll be opening up 2 transition-age youth shelters for our homeless youth, ages 18 to 24. We know that there is, especially in San Joaquin County, a huge need for addressing the homelessness issue, but in particular for our youth, where there still remains inadequate resources and services. And so I'm really pleased that Children's Home of Stockton is going to be able to provide even more services to a broader group of individuals here in San Joaquin County. So again, thank you so much for your support.
So, question for you. Where's your funding coming from for the expanded services for sheltering the youth?
The City of Stockton, it's actually ESG CV monies.
Excellent.
And it's an 18-month program, so we know we're going to have to look for sustainability for that program after that 18 months. So, you know, at Go One, we're going to start looking at how to build funding to support it ongoing. And we have other real estate on our campus that we are looking at trying to transition and respond to the homelessness initiatives and needs, whether that be with the youth or TAY population or even adult population. And so I think there will be a bigger place for Children's Home of Stockton to partner with even more entities down the road.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair Patty, just a quick, Joel?
Vice Chair Wynn.
Joel?
Joel?
I got a couple.
I'm not seeing any requests, guys, so let me know if you want to speak.
I got a couple of quick questions. In regards to your application, it talks about the numbers of clients, which, for example, 2790 clients with crisis intervention services and 57% annual goal, and then there's 3 other categories. Are you not attaining your goals because you don't have the staff to address those in need? Can you explain why the numbers are lower than your stated goals?
So we are on track to actually meet our goals for the end of the year. But again, during COVID, we had kind of a standstill. So our kids, we were not getting referrals from, from various counties or even San Joaquin County for a period of time. People were just having the kids remain in placement. So we saw less kids, less turnover for a period of time. But we are on track to meet those numbers by the end of the next week and a half.
Okay, so you have a demand, a great demand, but not necessarily the capacity to handle all of them, I assume. Is that correct?
It's not so much that we don't have the capacity. So I should probably explain this. In some ways, the youth might not want or be in the position mentally to accept services when they're with us. We're dealing with kids who have a very high acuity. And so sometimes it's about timing. They might be with us, placed with us for about a month, and as we're trying to engage them in transition aftercare or substance abuse education, it might take some time before they're really willing to accept and participate, and that impacts the bottom line, the numbers.
Okay. 2 other comments. You talked about in the past there are 150 beds available. So now are we down to 34? Is that essentially where we are?
We're down to 34. And I will also say that there is a new, just as we've gotten over the last 3 years over this huge hump with transitioning from group homes to short-term residential therapeutic programs, there is now a new federal designation, which is now a qualified treatment program, and a new determination of STRTPs if they are considered IMDs, which are institutions of mental disease. If this all translates the way we think it's going to be, there is going to be, and this is coming from the feds, if there is not an exemption for STRTPs to not qualify as an IMD, and really the threshold is if you're more than 16 beds, which we of course are, there'll be a forced reduction in our beds in the next year. And so we're trying to get a federal fix on this and talking to Congress. We have our alliance and our statewide membership agency advocating very hard. But this is very disturbing because the bigger question is, where are these kids throughout our entire country going to go if there are so few beds for treatment?
Well, I noticed in your application, in your comments in regards to, this is a state mandated program, but they don't provide any funding.
They don't.
Which
so unfunded mandates.
yeah, which is usual. So I want to thank you, and I unfortunately we will probably find in the future the impact of the last 18 months it has had on the youth. But I certainly thank you and your organization and staff for at least helping as best you can to assure those youth who have challenges are at least have a bridge over this pandemic and hopefully can continue their lives. So again, I just want to thank you, and such a critical area. I'm just appalled at not at your organization or the city of Stockton, whatever, but the fact that the federal government somehow thinks that they know better than people like yourselves who deal with it on a daily basis. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Okay, at tab number 2.3, may I present Ernie Tyhurst, Post 190 Adjutant for the Clinton McCausland American Legion Post 190.
Good morning, board members. It is still morning. I'm here representing not just Legion Post 190, but all the Legion posts in the county, along with the various VFW posts. The program that we are presenting for you is intended in the long run to be a countywide program. There needed to be seed money to initiate something that has not been attempted for the veterans in our county or most counties, I believe. One example is Post 108, which is up in Sutter Creek. They have an ambulance service and they have a dial-a-ride service. They've had that for decades. If you look at the demographics of our post, 70% of the members are between or above 72 years old. In a few years, that's going to present serious transportation issues for them. Throughout the county, the same number on demographics is seen. It's not just the World War II veterans, because we're losing most of all of them. We pretty much lost all of them. Korea, we're losing them now, also Vietnam. The veterans coming back from Iraq, Afghanistan, they're coming back with injuries that up until the science that we have now, those would have been lost on the battlefield. And they have transportation issues too. I myself served one Korea War vet for 2.5 years until his passing. And the last few months, I was unable to really help him because he was in a wheelchair. My vehicle didn't have a wheelchair. Another post member, our service officer, served another post member who was a World War II vet. He provided transportation for him up until a few months where he was wheelchair bound. And again, he couldn't help him. This is something we'd like to resolve. With the new facility that's being constructed in French Camp, we are sure there's going to be demands for assistance that are going to increase substantially. And we'd like to see this program expand to more than one van, 2, 3, 4 vans throughout the county. So that was, I won't take credit for the program. Our post commander, who is Ed Armandi, the chief down in Ripon, this was his baby in the beginning. And the post took it on as an effort to get the funding. So I want to thank you for your consideration, and hope that you approve staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Just a quick comment. I want to thank your post and all the other American Legion, VFW, all the posts who help our veterans. And certainly this is, and you're right, this has been a topic conversation for years in regards to transportation, especially with the VA over in Palo Alto, et cetera. So I think this is going to be a great start, and hopefully it'll expand to other posts. And you're right, with the facility at French Camp, there is going to be a greater need. And it's not just this county, it's the mountain counties. You know this. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I want to thank you and certainly pass on our appreciation for Chief Ramondi. Done a great job in Ripon. And one last comment, which is unrelated, is Mr. Tyers was the Ripon City planner who taught me everything I knew about planning. So again, thank you for all that you do and all the post does.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Not yet, sir. Supervisor Villaputra.
I'm just wondering, they're asking for 175,000. We're recommending 125.
Yes, the difference is they had requested the $100,000 for the wheelchair accessible van and $75,000 for 3 years worth of housing and utility and food vouchers. Because of the board's policy of the zero-based budgeting, where we only provide funding for 1 year. That's why the $25,000 rather than the $75,000. They're more than welcome to come back next year and request the additional $25,000 for vouchers for next year.
We can't make an exception. Veterans group, can we make an exception and fool them?
That's at the pleasure of the board, of course.
Okay. Do we make a decision now or when we're done?
Chair Patty?
We made it at the very end, make a supplemental request and meet, but I would imagine even if a normal policy is 1 year for the food vouchers, I'm imagining with more money you would serve more people. Had you thought of only 1 year, you'd say, look, well, hang on, there's more veterans out there that could use some assistance while you were budgeting 3 years. I would imagine you could do more.
That's correct. It's our intention to go to the city of Ripon. They have funding, the COVID funding, and we're going to submit a application to them to supplement the $50,000 that was reduced. So we're looking for supplemental funding from other sources, which
Understood.
I believe we can get.
And are you positioned in Ripon?
Yes.
Okay, so if your ask was to serve the county, and that would include the food vouchers.
Yes.
So if you were to get a supplement from Ripon, you would maybe be looking to serve Ripon, but if we meet your initial request, then you've got other posts here throughout the county that you would share those meal tickets and some food services with, correct?
That's correct. The Legion, okay, has a district has district officers. Unfortunately, they don't have a district location. They're in each of the posts. So that's why Ripon, Post 190, took on the effort. However, we did present it to a district meeting, and all the post representatives there supported the program and will participate. Okay, so we will be getting requests and responding to the other posts in the county.
Understood. Well, I like Supervisor Villaputra's thought that we could, if we gave the full amount, then you would be able to, with clarity, you'll be able to spread it to more of the posts. Right. And $25,000 is very low for a year, especially if you're going to go to all the veterans that need help when they hit. And it's not just to, give around recklessly. So we would expect some, very careful accounting of where the dollars go, and you may have some left over for next year. And you can come back with any amendments of what you did with the dollars, and then justify any additional or maybe not.
We'll additionally find a need for those.
Yep, understood. Okay. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you and for bringing this forward to the board. This is a great project and much needed, and especially in South County. And you think of transportation, you look at where the services are, they're here in Stockton. So you being from Ripon, so you know very well that folks do need transportation, these services, and that's where you come in. And also, and I've said it, multiple times, is that, we owe our veterans a debt of gratitude that, we can never repay. And this is, at the very least, is something that this board can fund. So thank you, and all your veterans and all your members. Appreciate it.
We look forward to, when we get the wrap on the van, that the funding where it came from is recognized on that van, so the public can see where it came from.
Do you need us to send you photographs that you could put on the side?
We will send you, I will make sure that you get something. Yes.
Please, that's not us, it's you that does the work. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I think this is a great program, and I think it's a really good start. I agree with you that there's going to be a greater need when the medical clinic, the Veterans Medical Clinic, opens. And I think it's great that you guys are wanting to step up to do this. So I fully anticipate that you will be back here next year with numbers demonstrating how many folks you served and if there's already a need for a second van, that sort of thing. My question on the request for the $75,000, it's my understanding that that was based on what you anticipated needing for 3 years.
Correct.
And so what was that actually based on? I mean, is that based on the support you've been doing?
Yes, it was based on what the post in Ripon has been doing, okay?
Okay, so you only put in for a request for the vouchers for what you've been doing in Ripon, and what you're saying now is if you had to do it again, you may have put in that request for a larger amount that would be spread amongst all the posts countywide.
Affirmative.
Okay, great. Thank you. That helps me understand what you're asking for today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Under tab 2.4, may I present Meredith Baker, Executive Director of Community Partnership for Families.
Do we need to boil water?
I was just going to say I'm moving a little slower these days. I just wanted to thank all of you for your trust and investment in community partnership, not just for this last year, but for the past 20 years. And I remember standing up here last year, and I kind of thought COVID was like done. We even made you guys this video, like we got through it. And we thought, the summer is going to kill this thing off. All these kids are going to go back to school. Well, that didn't happen. And we really had to respond and change the way that we responded because our youth didn't have transportation to our family resource centers. So we had to go to them. And I just want to thank each of you and your dedicated chiefs of staff for answering my phone calls, my emails, my texts, getting us food to events, getting us backpacks, getting us vaccines. You were all amazing. I got just such fast response time, even when we planned last minute events. Not a day went by that our staff were not providing direct service to our most vulnerable families and youth. According to the Human Rights Watch U.S. Pandemic Report on Poverty, over 74 million people lost work over the last year, with most of those in industries that pay below average wages. In January, 24 million people reported experiencing hunger, and more than half of the food insecure households include children, which raise serious concerns about long-term consequences on children's health and their academic outcomes. Youth who encounter poverty between birth and their teenage years are more likely to engage in both property and violent offenses. Growing up in chronically poor households is undeniably correlated with youthful offending, poor health and academic outcomes, and it is clear that we cannot address health or crime without addressing poverty. From July 2020 to March 2021, our staff assessed over 1,700 youth and provided over 3,000 resources to these youth and individuals who are currently involved or at risk of criminal justice system involvement. The most accessed resources were food, health, including access to PPE, COVID testing and vaccines, financial assistance, and education programs. Over the past year, our CPS involvement decreased with the families we served. Arrests in our youth population decreased from 26.2 to 6.2%. Incarceration decreased from 16.9 to 4.6%. And violations of probation decreased by 9%. A decrease in unexcused absences and also a decrease in school suspensions. And that was primarily from making sure that kids got on, that they had a Chromebook, that they knew where our family resource centers were to access computer lab. Your funding allows our staff flexibility in service delivery and demonstrates the important and effective impact of public-private partnerships. We will continue to focus on the work that we have always been doing to provide tools, resources, and connections to help our most at-risk youth and families improve their quality of life. Just want to continue to thank all of you and very grateful for all the support you've provided.
We thank you, and going back 4.5 years ago when I first came on board, I was completely unaware of your engagement and your family's engagement to be part of this community in such a meaningful way. And Meredith, you just keep raising the bar every year, and I know it's a team effort, and you've got an incredible amount. I've met so many fantastic people that work in your organization that are dynamic contributors and meaningful levels of engagement throughout the community. So we thank you. We're glad that we're funding in looking at your whole budget. We've got a small little piece of it, but we're glad to be a contribution to the efforts that you have in our community in some very meaningful ways and very high-risk areas.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Meredith, I just want to say congratulations on your baby, first of all, your future baby. But thank you for everything you do for South Stockton. I mean, you and your team, you guys are fantastic. You guys are always trying to help families and do the right thing, and you guys do a great job. So thank you.
And thank you to you and Chris. I mean, you guys like respond every day when we have something.
Well, thank you.
Vice Chair Nguyen.
Yeah, it's a question I asked earlier in regards to your goals. You talk about case management for 20 youth and adults, which is about 30% of your goal. Is it because you lack staff to handle more cases, or is it? I'm just trying to find out.
I think you might be looking at the midterm, because I know in my third quarter we were about at 60, and for the third quarter report. So we will meet the goal by the end of the year. Some of it has been short-staffed. Some of it's so that number we're looking at like really full wraparound case management, which is like 10 to 15 hours a week with youth. And we have, during the pandemic, focused on more crisis intervention and needs response. So our assessment and immediate needs response is way over our goal, and the integrated on-site case management is decreased. One, we haven't had access to some of those kids through probation and through the school districts, and we have also not been able to go into juvenile hall as planned. So we are hoping that loosens up and we're able to go back into the hall to serve our kids who are currently incarcerated. But I don't see there being any issue meeting our goal.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and that's such a critical area that obviously needs attention for those individuals affected. So I'm glad to hear that the numbers were based upon 3 quarters or half a year or whatever. So thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with your organization over the years. Very first time I went back with the City of Stockton's All-America City team, Community Partnership for Families was one of the 3 programs we took back and helped the City of Stockton win the first All-America City Award. And working with the folks from your organization and getting to know them, it's been really inspiring watching what you've accomplished, you and your team, over the years. So it's a pleasure to be a contributor to that. And we look forward to continuing the partnership with you.
Thank you again.
Okay, under tab 2.5, may I present Olga Rodriguez, Executive Director of Haven of Peace, and she has a short PowerPoint.
Good morning, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors. A pleasure to be here. As many of you know, but perhaps some of the newer supervisors may not, Haven of Peace has been an offspring of Gospel Rescue Mission in 1957. Back then, Ethel and her husband Carl ran the Stockton Gospel Mission. One evening, a young woman was invited in for supper and devotion. As it was getting dark, Ethel had the distressing job of telling yet another woman that there was no place at the mission for her to stay. Walking out the door, the woman turned around and said, "It's very strange that there is a shelter for men and there's a shelter for dogs and cats, but there's not a shelter for women." In August 1st, 1957, women from 13 different churches formed a temporary board of directors for the organization that would become the Haven of Peace, the first homeless shelter for women and children in San Joaquin County. The group found an old two-story house to set up the first shelter. The Lord spoke to his people to help raise the money needed at a lower interest rate. In June 1959, after much prayer, cleaning, and painting, they were ready to move in. As time went on, the Haven outgrew that little house. In September 1967, groundbreaking services were held at our present location in French Camp. Here. 6 years ago, the Haven of Peace partnership with San Joaquin County began. Due to your generous support, in March of 2016, the Haven of Peace was able to treat our shelter for bed bugs, an ongoing problem in homeless shelters across the country. We also replaced our wooden frame beds and metal frames and purchased new mattresses with bed bug covers. Through this partnership, we have completed phase 2 of our capital improvement project. A key part of preventing reinfestation, these industrial washers and dryers have helped keep the Haven of Peace bed bugs free for over a year. After 40 years, our original roof was not longer be patched again. Raindrop falling on your head outside is a good thing, but when it rains inside, not so much. We applied for this grant with an urgent request, and we are so grateful that you have approved the funding for this project. Our most recent has been our bathroom remodel, which we completed in 2020. And our upcoming renovation, with your approval, would be the solar panel project. Last week, record-setting heat is a prime example of the need to use the God-given resources the solar panels will deliver. Energy costs in recent years have and will continue to increase, and alternate energy sources are the answer to this growing concern. This funding is the answer to our prayers. The Haven of Peace has been a good steward of the county's grant funds, and we appreciate our continued partnership. On behalf of the women and children, Board of Directors, and staff of the Haven of Peace, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation for the continued support each and every one of you have given throughout the years. You have been a blessing to all these women and children in so many different ways, as you can see of all the things that we were able to accomplish with your support and the funding that you provided. May God bless each and every one of you for all that you have done, you continue to do. We will not be able to ever thank you enough for everything that you have done for all those that are in need. So you are visionaries that see our mission, and through meaningful collaboration, we can supply assistance and hope to end poverty and homelessness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're such a blessing. May you continue to share your generosity to all those that are in need. May God bless you.
I would like to say thank you, as we are to many that are gathered here today, for the services you guys, your outreach and your support. Can you share with us maybe how many people come through your doors and how many people you take care of annually?
Throughout the year, we have over 250 families that are coming in. And it's a rotating door. Constantly, they're in and out. So just to be able to have those beds available because they fill up according to, as they leave, somebody else takes their place and so on and so forth.
How much staff do you have for your operation daily?
9.
9?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. And I don't think anybody has any questions. I think we're all just impressed and grateful. I know you don't ask for much, but you give plenty.
Thank you.
So we thank you very much.
We thank you.
Okay, at tab 2.6, may I present Heather Green, Executive Director of Oasis City Center, and I believe the clerk of the board has a short video.
There normally is music.
There's sound.
We'll be working on the sound in just a moment.
Well, good morning, Chair Patty, members of the board, and county staff. I'll make this quick, but we continue to hear stories of hope from families that we've been able to help, and it's because you have invested in our organization. And we call it an investment because that's exactly what you guys are doing for our county and for the families that we are able to help. Last year was the first year that you considered us an organization worthy of your support. And we're honored to be considered again this year. Last year, we were able to help over 255,000 individuals just because of you all. And so on behalf of our staff, our volunteers, our supporters, our youth, and the families that we serve, thank you so much, because an investment into organizations like ours and all of the organizations that are represented today are truly what are going to ignite hope for our community. So thank you all very much.
Question for you.
Yes.
Last year you were before us, and I was in favor of getting you guys a forklift. Did you ever get the forklift?
We're getting the forklift this year.
Fantastic. I'm glad to
hear. Another one. We have distributed over 1.3 million pounds of food. And so our little pallet jacks, our hand pallet jacks, we need a little bit more support. So we are getting the forklift this year from you all.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. And I was empathetic because I've got forklifts and I know the values of lifting the heavy loads, and it helps and expedites the process. Can you share with me a little bit? There used to be Lord's Gym. And can you share there's an evolution that's happened over there, and there's a new calling and perhaps a new level of engagement?
So before COVID, we were a teen center, and the gym was a way that adults could have a gym membership to help sponsor a youth's membership. And before opening, we had always wanted to call it Oasis City Center, but we were afraid to take gym out of the name because we didn't want adults to shy away from it. We wanted them to engage. We wanted them to have a membership so that they could help keep a kid off the street. But going through COVID, we have seen the impact the food has had on families, because it's it's a tangible resource that they will wait in line for. It's something that they need for their families. And with Oasis Cares now being a pillar program, we're more than just a gym. We're a center that's here to ignite hope for our county, for our community. And so we unified our vision with the church that we are part of, Oasis Church, because we want to reach more families. We want to help more people. One of the things we like to say is see a need and meet a need. And we know that food right now is, it's a huge need, and families aren't going to feel the effects of COVID for some time. And so with that pillar program being a part of who we are, it just made sense that instead of being just Lord's Gym, we became Oasis City Center. That way our food program, Oasis Cares, was truly a part of who we are.
Is the gym operational again?
It's donation-based now, so instead of there being a contract or agreement and a set price, it's 100% donation-based. So we ask that individuals make a $10 a month donation for use to the facility. We're seeing some make 10. We're seeing some come as a family that maybe can't meet that requirement, and we have others who are giving way more than the $10 to help support those families that maybe can't afford it.
Outstanding. And so the gym is open and operational. The youth outreach is so this is in my district right across the street, so I appreciate a lot of people from my district shared with Supervisor Miller. So I know there's, I hear about it, and I just wanted to hear about the evolution. And then when are your food events?
So our food events, we have large community distributions once a month, and those are big drive-through distributions. But then we also are giving out food to our youth and their families daily at the center from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Excellent.
Well, you guys are doing a great job. I know it was unknown where this evolution would bring you, but I know throughout my district it's a beacon of support and transition and very meaningful for a lot of the youth. So thank you for all that you do, and for the whole team. Yes. Jean.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions. You're doing great. Thank you.
Under tab 2.7, may I present Jamie Alexander, Director of Family Services of the San Joaquin County Child Abuse Prevention Council.
Hi, good afternoon, board members and Chair Patty. I was like, wait, I was bringing somebody along. My name is Jamie Alexander, and I'm the Director of Family Services with the Child Abuse Prevention Council, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity to fund Project HOME, which stands for Homeless Outreach and Meaningful Engagement. This project will provide, let me go over here. This project will provide a staff to provide outreach efforts in the homeless encampments in tent cities, alongside other amazing programs and community partners such as Tori with the District's Attorney's Office, BHS, Salvation Army, and many more. And our goal is to outreach to families that are living in these areas with children, and so and to get them off the streets and into permanent housing. So over the past year, we've been able to provide these services throughout San Joaquin County. And we have served over 31 families, and the breakdown would be about 27 women, 18 men, and 84 children that we have provided these case management services to. And 45% of the families have improved their living situation that we've worked with, and that could be getting them into a shelter, getting them out of a situation on the streets, living with family, kind of bridging those relationships. 77 have used at least one new resource within the county, which is huge with this population because a lot of what we do is just rapport building and trust building. It's a population that really has a lot of trust issues, and so our staff are really, really good about kind of creating those bridges. The ultimate goal is to get families off the street, but we know that it's much more than that. Again, the trust and the rapport building. And we go above and beyond to address school, medical referrals, and just breaking down those barriers. One quick story is we did place one family off the street specifically into an apartment at Visionary Homes, and CAPC was the holder of the lease for the first year because families come with a lot of barriers to get them into placement and to get approved for placement. And one thing with this family is the beds were late. So we were moving them into only a partially furnished place because our beds were late arriving. So our staff created beds on the floor just with blankets and pillows. There was no bed frame, nothing, just blankets and pillows. And the little kids went into their rooms and ran out with excitement saying, "Mommy, we have beds," because the placement of just the bedding portrayed to them something that they hadn't had for years. And so that just right then and there stopped our staff, like, this is what it's all about. So also I want to bring up Tori. Tori has been a huge supporter of this program for the last year and has pretty much championed this mission.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board, for this opportunity, and thank you for this funding mechanism. When COVID hit and we head out to the streets, we realized how many children were out there that we could locate. Fortunately, we built relationships and more people would tell us where the children were at so that we could obtain access to them. The story that Jamie's talking about right now was one of an abandoned trailer, small, maybe about 100 square feet. No heat, no air conditioning. It was the big heat wave that we had last summer. It was the third day of 100 plus degrees. When we got to there was 3 children, four children, one that was 3 months old to 14 years of age, 2 parents living in filth and squalor with no air conditioning and no running water. It was then that we realized we had to, move quickly. But what we didn't realize is it takes a lot of work, wraparound services, and energies to do so. I'm so proud and grateful to the Child Abuse Prevention Council. Their team members sat with a folding chair and an umbrella for hours upon hours in 109-degree weather, day in and day out, building that trust and relationship. They literally would not exit the trailer. They spoke through a little window. And on day 5, we made movement, and on day 7, we got him out of there. It would not have happened if she had not come every day, including the weekend, including the holiday, and sat there and talked to them and answered every question and gained that trust. And then, of course, we had the amazing partnership with Carol from Ornelas from Visionary Homes. So I wanted to thank Child Abuse Prevention Council. We saw a problem. We were putting people in motels and hotels. If you ever saw my credit card bill, you'd be suspicious because we were just paying out of pocket for it, because we didn't know what to do with families, but we knew we couldn't leave children. Couldn't go home and sleep at night knowing they were out there. Lindy and Jamie and Allison came together through United Way. We received a $100,000 grant, and that was enough to hold us over this past year to create the position with Allison and the funding mechanism to take care of these families. It has been a journey. I have learned a lot, and I am truly grateful. But I can tell you, without Child Abuse Prevention Council, I don't know what we would have done. We wouldn't have been able to make the kind of movement that we've made with these families, and we wouldn't have been able to give these children some peace in their life. So thank you to each of you. Thank you to the Bread of Life, who gives us food every day. It never says no. The Children's Home, who has a legacy of hard work and dedication. The amazing new veteran services that we're going to get. We're very excited about that. Community Partnership, another organization that never says no and always takes the call and does the work. Haven of Peace, that takes so many of my women and children who have been abused and neglected and turn them back into society, healed and well people. Tracy Interfaith continues to work with us, doing great work. The Women's Center and Youth Services, absolutely amazing organization with a long history. And Transition U, we're so excited to have them as well. And then, of course, Mexican Heritage, WOW, and Historical Society. We love and adore them, and there's no better time for our children to have a place where they can have joy and learn and wonder. So looking at everything that you've done, this is just amazing. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. But I did want to offer testimony that every one of these organizations never said no and always met the call this past year. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions, so I think you just keep doing a great job on behalf of all of us.
Under tab 2.8, may I present Carrie Grover, the Executive Director of Tracy Interfaith Ministries.
Good morning. Thank you for your time today. My name is Carrie Grover, the Executive Director of Tracy Interfaith, as she said. And I just wanted to give you a little background on Tracy Interfaith. For those of you who may not know a lot about it, it was started in 1988. Several churches came together to work to feed the low-income families in Tracy. We remain the only food bank in Tracy. We serve upwards of 40,000 people a year. We provide the equivalent of about 600,000 meals a year. And as everyone has mentioned, it's been a really rough year for everybody. We consistently see new families coming in every day. I'd say the majority of them reporting no income. In order to access our services, they do need to qualify as low income. And the need has just continued to grow. And I'd say before COVID, we were serving on average 60 families a day, and yesterday we saw 90, just as an example. And while I do respect the decision of your board, I do have some recommendations and questions to put forward to you today in an effort to potentially secure some funding for us and to help us continue on our mission to provide food to low-income families. As I understand it, the goal of food banks is to provide food locally for the populations who need it. The low-income families that we serve do not have the resources to travel or drive distant locations to get food. With gas prices averaging around $4 a gallon, these families cannot travel far and often will call and say they can't even make it to me in Tracy to get the food that they need. They just do not have the resources to go throughout this big county and gather resources in say, Stockton, where there are a lot more resources. And in Tracy, we really are the only one. I think it would be in the county's best interest to fund local efforts rather than expecting these low-income families to travel so far to get such a basic necessity. As you may or may not know, Tracy Interfaith serves both the Tracy Unified School District and the Lammersville School District. We cover a population of about 120,000 of the county's 720,000 people, which translates to about 16% of the county's population. And as I mentioned, we are the only food bank in Tracy, and there's just a lot more services throughout the rest of the county, but they're not able to access them. Like I said, so many of the people who've been signing up for services recently have not had any income, especially with losses through COVID. There's a great deal of need during these economically challenging and unstable times. I would potentially ask you to review your decision to only use funds for entities that serve the entire county, because it's hurting our efforts on such a local level. Organizations like us are invested in the local community rather than trying to spread our resources more broadly. And even if we did extend our services to people outside of Tracy, I'm not really sure that they would be able to travel to Tracy to get the food. It's impractical to expect these low-income families to travel to different cities when they have precious time and resources. The $40,000 that we requested, we're able to provide about 200,000 meals. It's about 4 months worth of our budget. We can provide 5 meals for every dollar we receive. We do receive a lot of food from grocery stores, but the majority of the food that we give out, we purchase. So it's not all just given to us, and we do need the funds. We operate on about a $300,000 a year budget. It's pretty small. We have very low overhead, and I don't know if you have any questions for me that would help clarify, but I hope you'll reconsider your decision not to fund Tracy Interfaith. Thank you.
You've done a very good job. Thank you. I don't know if you've felt nervous coming up here or anything, but you've spoken and represented very well. And as Supervisor Rickman, or your former mayor, has worked very hard to represent that region in this county. So Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Grover, for being here. And I just was talking to Amy, one of your board members here a little bit ago. But when you were talking about serving the Tracy community, aren't you guys serving the district? You're serving the community of Vernalis and Holt, which is unincorporated San Joaquin County.
Yes.
And then west of I-5 all the way up to San Joaquin County River. So when you talk about City of Tracy, you're not taking into account the unincorporated areas, the hundreds of miles of unincorporated areas and the unincorporated communities located in that area. So, you know, meeting the definition of just one, you know, or looking for helping communities outside of their own district, and how Vernalis, Holt, unincorporated counties doesn't fit in that definition, doesn't make any sense to me, and I think it's not right. But can you describe what is the area around Tracy Interfaith?
Yeah, so in the last year, basically our parking lot has turned into a homeless encampment. I don't know if any of you have been over there, but We lease the land from the city. The parking lot belongs to the city, and then there's a park right behind that, El Pescadero Park. It used to be a skate park for children, but no parent would ever send their child there anymore because it's just overrun with homeless people. We have, as far as we understand, about 150 people living in tents on our, basically right where we are. It's kind of a mess. I have a lot of volunteers who won't come volunteer anymore because they're too afraid. They call and say, you know, I'd like to come, but I'm just not comfortable being there. We had to hire a security company to pay out of our own pocket because we've had enough difficulty with the homeless people and interactions that it's just not safe. So, yeah, it's not pretty there.
Ms. Grover, thank you. And the reason I brought this up, well, one, for those on the board wondering why I've been fighting for the funding for cities, for shelters, this is one area because of that. And I bring this up because of homeless folks. And those homeless folks are coming to your facility for clothing and the food pantry, and the majority of them are not Tracy residents. So are you serving outside of your community? You are. And speaking to the board member, Amy, and I asked, hey, do you turn away people that aren't from Tracy? And it was no. And they were talking about passerbys coming through the city and using that facility. So you are, you know, you mentioned places as far as Modesto coming and getting food that they don't turn away. And also, our DA, Ms. Verber, just mentioned that she thanked, you know, Tracy Interface working with the San Joaquin County Child Abuse Prevention Council. So my point is this, you know, the policy says you have to, you know, branch outside of the one city. And all the evidence that I've stated, you know, unincorporated, working with allied agencies like San Joaquin Child Prevention Council, the homeless individuals should meet that definition. So what I would ask this board to take all that into consideration, and at the end of the meeting, I guess I'll recommend a full funding of the $40,000. So
thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, just to reiterate on what he said, anybody who comes for services, we will give them a big box of food and provide a lot of resources at least once. We'll never turn away anybody, and we do get people passing through quite frequently.
Question for you. When you put in your request, were you guys also at that time dealing with these 150 plus homeless people?
Yes.
So they were part of what you know you need?
Oh yeah, it's been an ongoing situation for sure.
Okay, but has that, since your request was put in, has that been a growing problem?
Yes, absolutely. I feel like the beginning of January of 2020, there were maybe 2 tents there, and now there's, I don't know, 50 or more.
So then wouldn't your costs have gone up if you were estimating you needed this $40,000 and you had 2 tents at the time and now you've got 50 tents? Would you estimate that your need has increased substantially?
Yes, for the homeless population for sure. And then we do serve the majority also of home housed clients, and that need is increasing as well too.
If you were to put in an application today for what you now know you need based on the population you're serving, what would that number, would that 40,000 change? Would it be 42,000? Would it be 45,000, 50, 60,000?
I think the 40 would be adequate. If we were able to receive that, that would cover, like I said, about 4 months of our expenses. I don't feel that I need to ask for more, no.
Okay, that's very fair. I appreciate that. I'm giving you a softball here. If you had,
I recognize that, but just to be honest, the 40 would be, I believe, adequate.
And I completely appreciate your honesty, and I want to stress that, because if your demands are growing exponentially lately, and I know that Tracy's going to be coming forward, and you guys are working on a homeless program and plan and sheltering, and so I appreciate that honesty. So moving on, I've got Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I think my question's probably going to go to Ms. Hart in terms of, is this a situation where this wasn't made clear with their application, or can you provide some clarity in terms of the board policy?
Yes. This started out as CAO policy, and then several years ago, and then kind of ratified by boards by adhering to it. And to be quite frank, I think this is the first time it's negatively impacted an organization from outside of Stockton. I think in past there were many Stockton-centric, and of course Stockton being much larger, the thought of the board and the CAO at the time is that those organizations should approach the city of Stockton. I believe this is the first time it's impacted a smaller organization. The policy is a little, the terminology we use of countywide is a little misleading. The interpretation at the CAO's office has been that it needs the organization needs to reach beyond that one city and or community. And so I confirm that they reach beyond the city of Tracy, but just into the very, very immediate area surrounding the city of Tracy and the unincorporated. And so our thoughts were that didn't technically meet the criteria of this policy. But in my opinion, my humble opinion, just my humble opinion, I think that this policy seems to impact the smaller organizations for obvious reasons. And so it may be time to reevaluate that policy, but that would be at the pleasure of the board, of course.
I would agree with that. I think that it's one thing if you have restrictions where you only serve residents of a community. But I mean, I see with Oasis City Center, yes, they serve, there's a lot of county pockets within the city of Stockton, and Oasis serves a number of people that live in those county pockets, as well as folks that live beyond the city limits of Stockton. But the reality is the bulk of the people that are served at Oasis would consider themselves Stockton residents. And so I think the fact that you have, that you do seek funding from the city of Tracy as well, and as does Oasis, I think we need to look at that policy, because what ends up happening is none of the smaller organizations that are springing up to address immediate needs in their communities are ever going to be eligible for any kind of funding, because they are going to start in one area and that's what they're going to serve. But if they don't restrict people, right, I don't see where that would be a problem. And so I would like to, we'll revisit this at the end of this session today in terms of this year's funding, but I do think it's something we should get back and look at some options for how that policy will play out in the future, because if this last 18 months has shown anything, we've seen a tremendous number. Oasis Center is a perfect example. They started out as a gym, and boy, they pivoted. I recognized them early last year. They started giving out food right away. And that's what we want to encourage with our community-based organizations, is to see the need and respond quickly, and then how can we partner with you and help you. So let's at a future date, let's bring this policy back to the board so that we can come up with perhaps some new parameters for next year that will be a little more responsive. But thank you for coming today and for answering all of our questions.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate it, and thanks for the good work you're doing.
Thank you. Yeah, and to be honest, I didn't know about the restrictions when I applied, so that was probably my own fault. But I was not aware of it when I made the application. So,
how many meals a year do you say you go, food boxes you give out?
It works out to about 600,000 meals worth of groceries. We don't provide any actually cooked food. We hand out boxes. So it's about a 50-pound box they get once a week.
One time a week. Got it. I'd like to just have a question for Oasis. How many boxes of food do you guys give out? Was it 1.something million? 1.3 million pounds.
Chairman, if I could have her respond at the microphone so that's picked up on the record.
Yep, thank you. I'm trying to do some math here, because this $40,000 that you're asking for, and compared to the amounts that we're giving to others that are serving their community and very community centric.
So we're estimating 700 families a month. Each family receives anywhere from 40 to 50 pounds of food, boxes, produce, dairy. It varies based on the type of food we're giving out, so that it's they're able to freeze it, save it for later. The food that we give families is obviously a little bit different than we're giving our friends that are homeless.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. So, and I know Ms. Hart wanted just to, don't go anywhere yet. I just want to clarify, even though as Supervisor Miller talks about, we can, look at that policy, right. That does not prevent us from, as Supervisor Rickman is wanting to and identifying, and we are discussing that immediate need, certainly not next year, not that anybody's insinuated that, but Supervisor Rickman's talking about in his community, this is something that's recognizably needed now.
Yes.
Okay, so we have levity.
You absolutely do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you one more time on this, okay? And I appreciate you being careful, but if you're giving out 600,000 meals, did I get that right? 600,000 boxes a year.
So,
1,000 meals.
correct. So
How many families do you estimate you're serving?
we serve about 250 a week, families. So,
So that'd be 1,000 a month. Okay. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Now you're getting funding from the city, I understand. If you were to look at your needs in a big picture scenario, your needs, are you satisfied that your request when you put it in for $40,000 was adequate then and adequate now? Or if you were to look at the big picture and go, to tell you the truth, I would like to amend that because we know we need this and we'd like to resubmit.
I will never turn down more money. I'm sure the needs will continue to grow, but I also want to be reasonable in my request.
Chair, I can interrupt.
Supervisor Rickman.
And you were talking about the 40,000 it was for 4 months, correct?
Correct.
And if we go by a year, so if you go for 4 months, then after that, you would need more funding after the 4 months, correct?
Yeah, so we spend about $120,000 a year on food.
So if you take that into perspective, so we have 6 months left here, and then this comes back before the board this time next year.
So what other funding do you get if you're only asking for 4 from us? How would you make up the difference?
So we get some money from the city. Then we also have some private foundations, and the majority of our donations are actually from private citizens in Tracy, mostly.
Okay.
Chairman Patty, since you're doing the math, I just wanted to draw to your attention that the Oasis Center ask includes some capital items, namely the forklift. So their ask is significantly higher for those items as well.
I understand.
Okay.
Yep. All right, well, I'll leave it up to Supervisor Rickman to make any suggestions or amendments. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, board members. If I could take the opportunity, if I could stop Ms. Glover on her way out. It's interesting how things work, and I rode up the elevator with Ms. Glover, never met her before, and I heard this conversation and would appreciate the opportunity to partner with Tracy Interfaith with our emergency food assistance program to become a distribution site for our food distribution. We have 20 sites throughout the county. We're in desperate need for another one in Tracy. Larch Clover Community Center is our only one in Tracy. And I'll look for a conversation right now with Ms. Glover on the way out to hopefully establish that partnership. So I just want this board to know that.
Excellent, Director Woods. Thanks for springing into action and recognizing a need in the county. And I know you and your team, the whole staff under your department, you do a great job. So thank you.
Thank you. And obviously I can't meet the $40,000 need, but we can provide food and work on that. So
it will help, of course. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, under tab 2.9, may I present Joanne Rimmer, Director of Operations of Transition U.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm JoJo Rimmer. I'm with Transition U, and it's a pleasure to be before you guys this morning. It is our first time, or at least it is my first time, ever being this nervous in my entire life. So, that part being said, we appreciate this first ask, being honored to serve our veterans here in the county. I've always thought that the word homeless and veterans, it doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be happening, but it is. So we're going to do our best to provide residential, case management, and other essential services for these men and women that have served our country. And we appreciate it.
We appreciate you. And there's a young man standing to the left of you there. Would he like to address us?
Yes, I'd like to say hello. Thank you, all board members here, just for even reviewing and taking the time out of your day to just really review our application and see what we're doing here in the community. There obviously is a homelessness crisis, but we like to look at it more as a housing crisis, right? And if we can provide housing targeting specific demographics of the homelessness community, then we can possibly make a big dent in the homelessness crisis. So we targeted our female nation's heroes first and their kids because it's difficult for them to get housing together, okay? The Section 8 list is full of veterans that they're in a waiting list just like everybody else. And we wanted to provide something that was more of an elite transitional housing program for them that comes with all the tools, security, and essentials for their children to be in a safe environment and get the housing, just everything that they need so they can get on their feet. So we're very thankful for this. And we're already expanding into tiny homes, getting more land and more property so we can do something in terms of providing transitional housing for our community here and now. This isn't a pilot program. This is already running with the little nothing that we had. Okay, so we're very thankful, and we want to make you guys proud. That's it.
Thank you. I would further say that I'm sure you'll be hearing from some of us board members or all of us. We have a robust program. We've talked about funding quite recently, and we've got some funding opportunities coming up very soon, and we'll also be looking for partnerships, because we have a strategic plan that this county and the cities have adopted that most of what you've talked about is included in that strategic plan. So we'll be looking for partners, and we'll be looking for those nonprofit operators that could do what they do better than the government does. So we thank you, appreciate you, and glad that we can give you a jump start here, but perhaps we have opportunities to grow and serve more and expand those services down the road.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, under tab 2.10, may I present Krista Fisser, Chief Executive Officer of the Women's Center and Youth and Family Services.
Board Chair, members of the board, county administrator, staff. I am here today to represent Women's Center Youth and Family Services and say thank you, but I'm also here to say thank you from our community. So after the past year and after following all these other community organizations, thank you seems a bit too simple. The COVID pandemic presented families with unfathomable stressors and limited resources to cope with those stressors. We've seen domestic violence increase significantly, serving about 3 new victims every single day. And from last year's death of 7-year-old Billy Williams to this year's tragic loss of Officer N, some families experienced this violence on a public platform. Additionally, we also serve about 3 new sexual assault victims every single day. These victims range in age from a few months old to some nearing a century of life. This is the harsh reality, but this is the reality of our community. And this doesn't even begin to touch on the complexities of victimizations that impact homeless youth or the reunification and support services that we provide to families. The support you provide allows us to meet these needs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Thank you. But the thank you extends beyond me, standing safely in this room. Thank you from the women, men, and children who may be making a courageous call for the very first time to seek their own personal safety or that of their loved ones, and from those who find themselves unexpectedly needing the support that is so critical to their journey of healing and growth.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions. I know that sometimes you guys are dealing with some extremely difficult circumstances, but you are there. It's a respite. It's an oasis for many. So thank you for all that you're doing. Glad that we're able to fully fund your request.
Thank you.
Under tab 2.11, Miss Anna Vera, Board President of Art Expressions, had to leave, but she asked me before she left to express her gratitude and thanks to the board and to draw attention to the fact that Art Expressions does currently have art installations on the first and second floors of this very building. So with that, I'll just move on to the next one, unless the board had any questions regarding that application. Under tab 2.12, the Mexican Heritage Center and Gallery has decided not to address the board today. Under tab 2.13, may I present Philip Merlo, Director of Education of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum.
As they're coming down, I have a question for you. When it came to the Mexican Heritage Center, they chose not to, or they were just unable to be here?
They chose not to. They were not recommended for funding for similar reasons to Tracy Interfaith. And I made it clear to them that they had more than welcome to come address the board, and they chose not to.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, sir. And good morning, supervisors. My name is Bob Ferguson, current president of the Board of Trustees of the San Joaquin County Historical Museum and Society. With me is our Vice Chair of Trustees, Linda DeRivi, and our Executive Director, Philip Merlo. It was a pleasure to meet with each of you earlier and brief you on the museum's accomplishments during the 2021 year. As briefed to you, the proposed budget submitted earlier indicated a bottom line budget ending balance of a negative $212,000, with a previous year carryover of a negative $186,000, just shy of a negative total $400,000. The museum's goal here today is a request a variant to the proposed 21-22 budget. We're requesting an additional $100,000 to the museum's annual block grant, for a total of $520,762. Note, for the 21-22 year, the county's additional $100,000 would be matched by the museum's contribution of $100,000 from the museum's endowment principal, plus an additional $100,000 from the museum's earnings from the endowment. Finally, an additional $100,000 from fundraising during the 21-22 year. Please note, the museum's endowment was intended for capital improvements, not operational expenses. With the help of the county's addition and the museum's contribution, a total of $400,000 would be applied to the 21-22 budget. The goal is to bring the museum out of the red and into a balanced budget. This negative carryover cannot continue. During the past 2 years, the museum has accomplished a great deal. A strategic plan has been written, an interpretive plan has been developed, and we are now in discussions with a firm to develop a master plan for the museum's campus, all of which will help to showcase and present your county collections, some 250,000 pieces and growing. A most recent addition to the collection is the Sheriff's Office Historics Collection. And just as another note, we are looking very forward to the museum opening up very soon. We ask your support with this request, and at this time I'd like to have our executive director point out some specifics with the museum's accomplishments with and on behalf of the county.
Hi there, Philip Merlo here. Your museum aggressively and proactively fulfills its mission and duties to the Board of Supervisors. We work diligently to preserve and maintain the records of county government, We work with agencies such as the Sheriff's Office and Public Works to acquire, preserve, and catalog thousands of additional government documents every year. Many of times, those documents would otherwise end up in a garbage can. In custody of those records, we provide research support for hundreds of public records requests a year. In addition, we showcase the county's important history to the wider world through local exhibits and through partnerships with institutions such as the Smithsonian Institution, national museums in Europe, the National Library of China. Perhaps most importantly, we vigorously educate the county's youth through timeless programs such as Valley Days. I know we've got some Valley Days parents on the panel here, but also through, especially in this past year, cutting-edge software products that can take the museum into the computer and to the person at the house. We've even provided pro bono consulting to over 50 teachers from across all county districts, from Lammersville to Lodi and even Galt Union, which has schools in the county. So we've definitely worked to pivot and address the needs of the past year. And so with that, we're asking for your support with this request for augmentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Glad you're here. Questions from the board? Supervisor Wynn, thank you.
Well, thank you again for your presentation. I appreciate the discussion we've had earlier in regards to the needs for the Historical Society and certainly the museum. We had a discussion yesterday in regards to our parks system, and we have a definite need for restoring our infrastructure in a variety of ways. Mickey Grove obviously was discussed in regards to some of its needs, but I think one of the things that I hear you saying is essentially for any operation or organization to thrive, one of the things that you have to have is the ability to have flexibility in regards to your funding. If you're continually in a deficit, you're always playing catch up, which does not allow you to expand or improve or reach out, I guess, when we talk about the destination point of the museum at Mickey Grove. I think what you're suggesting is unique because it isn't often that we get asked for money and then are provided, in addition to that, another $300,000 through a variety of means to supplement that to reach your goal of moving back into the black for future development. So I appreciate certainly all the things that the Historical Society provides. We did discuss with the Assessor's Office yesterday in regards to our archives and documents, and certainly, you know, the role that the Historical Society plays in maintaining those. So I think this is key, and I think as far as our discussions during these 2 days in our budget, we are talking about, you know, because of, for lack of a better term, additional funding that's available to make some one-time expenditures to kind of fix the holes that we have in our organization in the county. So I certainly appreciate your request. I think it would go a long way to not just benefit in regards to your deficit, but more importantly, allow the Historical Society, the museum, and when we talk about the other aspects as far as the zoo and Mickey Grove, we'd like to see an expansion and improvement and really make it more attractive for those visitors that would come to not only visit the museum, the zoo, and all the other amenities we have. So anyway, I just want to thank you, and personally, I think it's a great opportunity to partner with the Historical Society, the private sector, and those who would be willing to also make an investment in the future and hopefully get you back to sort of zero. We talk about zero budgeting. We talk about getting back and then allowing next year to really advance the Historical Society and certainly the museum exhibits in regards to other expansion I know you've talked about in the past. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. But again, thank you for all that you do and certainly for your presentation.
And I would like to say that in the future, we would like to partner with the county and county parks to apply for a Prop 68 grant from the state to help with infrastructure work in our county parks, both at Mickey Grove, but also across the county.
Thank you.
Hold where you are. Just a second. We have a request from Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. My question is going to go to Ms. Hart in terms of what the original request was and the reason how we landed at the number that we did.
Well, I was going to ask for some clarification as well from the Historical Society folks. The Historical Society this year did not request through the normal NCO process. As you're aware, the Historical Society is unique in that we have a contractual relationship with them, an ongoing one since the early 60s, to participate in their ongoing funding. And if you look at the budget narrative, you can see that during the Great Recession, the county cut their base funding significantly, and over the subsequent years, it has inched back up. But what I understand is probably not, it hasn't gone up enough to meet the need. So the Historical Society generally only does an NCO request for funding when they're asking for one-time funding over and above the base funding amount. This year, I presented to Mr. Wilverding that my recommendation, and he agreed that we should increase the base funding by the amount of their increased labor costs from last year. So thus the 420 and change. So this request is new and was not presented formally before today. So I wanted to get some clarification as to whether or not you're requesting an augmentation of the base or one-time funding, and again, what that dollar amount is. So I hope that answered your question.
It does, and I wanted to hear from you first before I asked for clarification from you.
We're asking for a augmentation to move it up to the 520 annually grant block.
Okay, so you are asking for the base to be increased.
Correct.
You're not asking for a one-time augmentation.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why we didn't get connected on this earlier?
Well, I think initially there was an increase from the original proposed budget that we submitted of about another $36,000 that went in there to bring up the cost of the labor and whatnot to the 420,762. On top of that, we've asked for the other $100,000 and making that an annual block grant for the museum.
I think the disconnect was the change in leadership with the exit of Ms. Swanson, and I'm just finding today that you're actually the executive director, so I'm sorry I called you the director of education. Congratulations. And so when I spoke with Mr. Merlo just a few weeks ago, he was unaware of the mechanism for coming to the board and requesting additional funding. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. That explains it. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I want to first start off, and I agree with Supervisor Nguyen. I think we're on the same page when it comes to Park and Rec. But I just want to confirm, because maybe I heard it wrong, but it was $100,000. I thought it for just infrastructure. Was that correct, or it's going to be an ongoing cost? But what would that ongoing cost be? I thought it was just for infrastructure.
No, sir. As briefed to you, it was for operational budget, annual budget, the block grant to operate the museum on an annual basis.
Okay. Did I mean, I thought maybe I did hear wrong, but I thought there was something about the infrastructure getting the building up to speed. Did I?
Well, we're trying to get the carryover loss taken care of. The budget itself that was submitted to you originally was a negative budget, which is in business you wouldn't normally do. So we're trying to bring all that up into the black and move forward. The monies that the museum, the society, is putting forth, that $300,000, was originally set aside for capital improvements, one of which is a needed building for collections out there.
So that's where I got it from when I heard the CIP or the capital improvement, and that's where I took that from. So how much of that 100,000 would be for capital improvement projects, for example?
Again, sir, the 300,000 that the museum is coming up with and the 100,000 that we're asking for today is going to go strictly to operations.
Including?
The additional 100,000 to bring up the entire block grant to 520 is going to be strictly for operations.
Okay.
Society in the past, to the best of my knowledge, unless there have been some special grants in the past, the society has been the ones that have come up with the money for capital improvements, i.e. buildings to hold the collections.
So all the money, so let me see if I got this straight. So the money that you're asking for, the extra 100, would be all operations?
Correct.
So the CIP or capital improvement would be from somebody matching those funds?
Private.
Okay, that's where the confusion was. All right, thank you.
All right, and so I can be clear on that. So your operating costs are higher than what you've highlighted here.
Correct.
So the 100,000 brings you up, and that's an annual. That's what you're projecting it to be annually, and that's what's documented. Correct. So by us covering this, that perhaps gives you the opportunity to not take the money that you raise privately and do that more for the capital improvements.
Well, we're also putting up our 300. The society will put up 300. It will match the 100 for this year to get us back into the black. Going forward, the block grant of 520 will keep the operations going, and in the meantime, the society is going to have private fundraising, matching. Hopefully we can find some other grants elsewhere and slowly develop the funds again to develop the campus. Monies are going to have to come up with significantly with this private firm, come up with the interpretive plan and how we see the campus being developed, and the addition of 1, 2, 3 more buildings to house all the collections.
Understood. Okay. I think we're pretty clear that 100,000 brings you to your baseline of operating. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Chairman, if I could, just to shine a little bit more light on this, if you take a look at the budget narrative for the cultural services, the last time there was any substantial change in the base funding for the Historical Society was in 2016-17 with a 15.5% increase. There was only one other increase subsequent to that in 18-19, and that was only to cover additional costs that were discovered that the Historical Society had not been paying adequately into the S.J. Sarah retirement system. And so it only covered that. It didn't cover any other operations. So the last time there was really an increase to cover additional costs for operations was the 2016-17 fiscal year budget up until this year.
Understood. Yeah, this is a little confusion here on the dollars, what you're needing and the operating, so I understand. Right. I think we understand now what you're asking for, and Supervisor Wynn may have a suggestion or someone else, so thank you. Oh, Supervisor Miller, I see you want to speak. Sorry.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that what we're being asked today from the Historical Society Museum is to raise their base to $520,762 per year.
Correct.
That's it. It's not a one-time. It's not part of this other process. It's to raise the annual base so that at the end of a year, between what we're providing and what the society is bringing in, you'll be operating in the black. You've now invested in a strategic plan, a master plan. There's going to be some strategic investment going forward to move the museum to the next level. So that this is an annual request.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, our final speaker for today under tab 2.14. May I present Sally Snide, President and CEO of Worlds of Wonder Science Museum.
Good morning. As she said, my name is Sally Snide, and the president of the World of Wonder Science Museum, and I was here less than 2 years ago and made a presentation about our future expansion with the museum, but I'm very excited to be back because we're hoping that you will be funding our second Wow on Wheels van, which is very exciting. And to let you know, our first Wow on Wheels van is down in Newman today. And even though it's not San Joaquin County, it's down in Stanislaus. But as we say, just to let you know, we opened our doors in 2009, March of 2009, and then closed our doors March 13th, 2020, like everybody else probably did. But it was very amazing to see the support, even though our museum was closed, of the local people just wanting that museum to survive. And we sent out donation letters, and it was so cute. All of the little memos are going, we want you to survive, we want you to survive. So it's really been an interesting year, and we reopened our doors on April 15th this year. And the schools, we're so excited, the schools are back up and running, and we are booking field study trips and Wow on Wheels just every single day for this next year, and even during the summer. So we're very excited, but we appreciate your support and your partnership. And the first Wow on Wheels that we were funded was through Michael David Family Foundation and the local communities. It was a matching grant. And so on the van, as you've seen pictures, I think, of the van, it says Michael David Family Foundation, the community. And we're hoping to be able to put, with your approval, the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors funded, by you, and that will be sort of a traveling billboard. Every time I drive in that van, I keep trying I got to smile because someone's going to look at me and say, who's that woman in there, but it's really been fun. The museum has been extremely successful, even though we closed, and so we're just excited to get back up and running again. So just want to thank you so much for supporting us, because we're going to have fun once again. So do you have any questions for me?
I would just first state that looking at your vision of where that museum is positioned or targeted or desired to go and grow, it's amazing. And I know that there's a lot of growth. In fact, there's an architect firm that I was at the State of the City, I think it was, and the architect was one of the firms that has worked on some renderings of those plans. It's remarkable. Yeah. So hoping you get there. I do have a question. Why are we deducting the $4,186 from the original ask of $46,051?
Because we generally don't cover indirect costs associated with the request. Of course, your board can choose to fully fund the request. There were indirect costs not associated with. There wasn't a lot of clarity in the application what that actually covered, but I think I'm not really sure. Perhaps you could shine a little light on that. Maybe if it was indirect costs associated directly with the van, or if it was more just indirect costs associated with your entire operation. So there wasn't a lot of clarity there, and it was just a small amount, so we chose not to recommend that piece.
Understood. What is it about that? Were you sent any inquiries or any further requests for information on that 4,000?
That's your decision on that, because part of it is the purchase price of the van, but also the wrap of the van that we have, and I could just be like the insurance that we included in that. So is that possibly what?
I believe the wrap and the outfitting of the van is included in the amount that we're recommending, and the way the application read. Basically, I'm not sure if you're going to cover indirect costs, but here's our indirect costs. And so we chose not to recommend that small piece, that $4,100.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause it's interesting, just to wrap it is about $3,000 to pay, for the wrapping of the van. So maybe that's what you're thinking. And the prices of vehicles keep going up. So we haven't really researched exactly now what's going on. And we will be purchasing locally, which is good. So, which is nice. Keep the money in our counties. So, yeah, so that'll be interesting about, I think could be the wrap is what that might be. So,
Okay.
but it'll be fun.
Any questions from any supervisors? Supervisor Wynn, Vice Chair.
Just for clarification, are you saying that the $40,000 included the wrap or didn't include the wrap?
My interpretation, I'm sorry to have interrupted, my interpretation of the way the application read was the outfitting of the van, so I took that to include the wrap.
I think that would just be the wrap, because it's just the van is standard. We don't do anything extra on the van but the wrap. So that could be what that is.
Let me just take a quick look.
So what you're saying is the 4,100.
And you have seen pictures of the van, right?
Right. I'm looking at them now. Yeah.
A little bright, but that's what's fun with all. And on the back of the van, I don't know if you saw the back of it, that is the picture of my 3 granddaughters when we opened the museum in 2009. And the oldest one is now going to Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, and majoring in environmental engineering, math, and English. And all 3 of my granddaughters have no fear of science or math, and I think it's because I made them work at that museum as they were growing up. So it's so cute to see that van with the little girls on the back, and now they've all grown up.
On page 3 of the application, it basically says $46,051, $41,865 for capital request costs. And I took that to include all purchases related to the van and outfitting of that van. And then, but that could have just been my interpretation. And then $4,186 for indirect costs, parentheses, if permitted. And I'm sorry, I probably should have reached out to get some clarity on that, but I don't believe I did.
Just a question. So we've funded other vehicles or equipment.
Yes.
Okay, so the question arises is, if, for example, they purchase something and it doesn't, like the $100,000 for the American Legion for their van, when you look at those type of vans that they're, for handicap wheelchair access, they range anywhere from $43,000 to $99,000, depending on the model, et cetera. So the question, I guess, to you is simply, so let's say, for example, they get, because they're buying locally, you get a heck of a deal. It only costs $36,000 for the van. What about the rest of the? Where does the rest of the money go? Do they keep it? Do they send it back to us? Do they invoice us? I mean, how is the process?
They should be sending that back to us. That is, there are 2 reports that are required, one at mid-year and then one at the end of the year. They have 1 month after the end of mid-year and 1 month after the end of the year. And they are to report how they spent the money. And if, in fact, there are, and it's clearly stated in the contract, that if there are excess funds, then those are to be returned to the county. You may recall a few years ago, Haven of Peace, when they received funding in excess of $90,000 to replace their roof, and then subsequently the contractor offered to donate some of their labor, so it came in at $70-some thousand, and so they had some internal damage, water damage that that wasn't in the original request. So rather than return either under the contract, they would have returned that excess $20-some thousand, but we came back to your board and requested that they could retain those funds and do some additional repairs. So if there are excess funds under the contract, they would return them to the county, and or come back to your board to request to spend those excess on what they might deem appropriate.
So the question is, if the request is just for the van, correct? That's what you're asking for, and we've got these two separate expenditures, so to speak. It would seem to me that it would be important not only to purchase the van, but that wrap is obviously just as important.
Very
Although
important.
I don't think you need to have Board of Supervisors. I think San Joaquin County would be sufficient since it's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money or the county's money. But I guess my question would be, would it be possible just to go ahead and award the 46,051 and whatever they spend for the van and the wrap?
Yes.
And if it's less than that, that would be returned to the county. I think that would probably serve at least the purpose for the van and its advertising.
And there is always a possibility, like I say, about returning it too, because the first van, Clark Pest Control donated the wrap. They paid for the first wrap, which was really nice on the van. So I'm going to be talking to them again about a second wrap. So if the funds aren't there, but what's very important is that wrap. It's like I said, it's a traveling billboard.
Right.
So for everybody.
I would just offer that we fund the 46 and include those two items. And then anything that is less than that would be returned to the county. I think that would probably serve their purpose.
Thank you.
Chair? I'm looking at attachment D, which is the project spending plan, and it itemizes in the 41,865, it includes the Honda Odyssey with the tow package, the destination cost, the sales tax, the local sales tax, the license fee, the first year of insurance, the curriculum startup kits, large plastic bins with covers, bin equipment, face shields, and the WOW on Wheels wrap. So all of that is included in the 41,865. Then there is simply listed indirect costs, if permitted, computed at 10% of the capital cost. That's the 4186. There's no itemization at all for indirect costs. And so it appears to me that the 41,865 includes everything for the van. I'm just wondering, is there somewhere else where this indirect costs are broken down? Or is that just a standard inclusion in how your staff or you writes your grants?
Yeah, that's how our grant writer, that's how she wrote the grant on that, yes.
Okay, so I understand now why it wasn't included.
Thank you for bringing that. I knew I had the impression at some point, so thank you for pointing that out, that the recommended amount includes the entire outfitting of the van, including the wrap.
Then I would go with the 41,000.
Well, I would understand, Vice Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Miller, for pointing out. But I would also note that you put in, I was just reading an article yesterday the day before in Wall Street Journal, how automobile prices are going up. There's a shortage of supplies, chips, computers, everything. So the prices have gone up. So what you're saying, what I've heard you say, is that if it came in less, if you bought the van for less dollars and you got a wrap donated, you had extra dollars, you're not using that. You'd actually say, I've only used X amount of dollars, and here is the difference back to you. Is that how your accounting would work?
We would give it back to you is what the possible. We have, at this point, with everything going on, we have be honest with you, we have no clue what it's going to cost,
Yep.
completely. This is what we came up, in a grant and came up and Mamie started an excellent job researching all of this, and things keep changing.
Yep.
So that's what's interesting.
The prices of vehicles have gone up. In fact, you drive lots and they don't have many vehicles. So there's a supply and demand, and the prices are going up. So,
we don't know. I mean, it's just sort of, as everybody else is saying, it's hard to know exactly what those costs will be.
But if you were given the full 46,000, you're saying that if you got a better deal on the van and the wrap didn't cost as much, and these things that you've figured didn't equal that full amount, you'd gladly give back $3,000, $5,000, $7,000.
Right, because we have to do all the reporting. Everything has to be written down exactly on what we purchase it. So yes, and hopefully it won't go over, the 46 that we requested.
Go over if we go up to 46, then I'll defer to I'll defer to Vice Chair Wynn. This is in his district. But I appreciate that we're talking about it. I would just say that 10% is a cushion that may allow you to get a vehicle that's priced higher than anticipated.
Right.
I appreciate Chair Patty, and you're right, because of the lack of chips, et cetera, and even used car prices have gone up almost 20%. So you may be right. So, I mean, I think probably 46, and like you say, you can return whatever you don't pay for.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we at the bottom?
Yes, we are.
Well, I'm going to start off with and make a suggestion. We can go around the horn here a bit, but I'm going to make a suggestion that we fund the veterans, Clinton McClousland, American Legion Post 190, that additional $50,000, based on the discussion we had, that they would not be going Ripon Central, but they would be serving the entire county with that food credit for those that are most in need. And I felt comfortable with their idea that they would be able to work with other posts and throughout the entire county. So that would be my suggestion. Next up, that was in discussion, Supervisor Rickman, item number 8 for the Tracy Interfaith Ministries.
Thank you, Chair. And I would recommend, the 40,000. However, just doing the math over here, I have it here. I mean, that was for 4 months, like Ms. Grover was saying. So you're looking at $10,000 a month. July through December would be 60,000. And at least what I've been talking with the city, hopefully by that time, hopefully with the county's help, that their homeless shelter off Arbor Road should be intact, or at least up and running by that time. So if the board's willing, I mean, I would like to increase it to 60,000 just to cover this rest of this year.
Okay. Supervisor Villapudua.
Supervisor Patty, this is Chairman Patty. I was wondering, the Mexican Heritage Center in Gallery.
We're not there yet.
We're not there? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, actually, we are. I'm sorry. I cut you off. I thought I was going to go to Supervisor Wynn before you, but no, the next up actually is that. I was going to call on you.
Mexican Heritage Center, I'm hoping that we could fund them $8,000. They've had a rough year. I know I talked to Gracie, and they're having a lot of struggles. I was wondering if you could recommend $8,000 for them also.
And Supervisor Villapudua, I appreciate that. I know I've spoken with Ms. Madrid, and they're struggling to make rent over there during COVID, big shutdown. They were trying to do this event. I know that they were rather discouraged that they were turned down out of the gate, so maybe that's why they're not here. But Supervisor Villapudua, I agree with you that it's a very small amount, but it would go a very long way for helping them get back on their feet and be a little more self-sustaining. So I would agree with the $8,000. And then that would bring me to item number 13, Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn. We have this for the San Joaquin Historical Society.
Well, based upon the CEO staff's comments in regards to the last time there was an increase, I think it's probably maybe overdue. But I think more importantly, as I stated before, I think one of the things for the viability of the Historical Society and the museum, we need to provide, we can't continue to operate on a deficit budget. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in the private sector. It certainly doesn't happen with county agencies. So I would offer the $100,000 for the additional funding on an annual basis. And obviously with the promise, or I guess recommendation that there will be another $300,000 that would go to the museum, because that is one of our, I guess, more attractive venues at Mickey Grove, in addition to our zoo, et cetera. So yes, Chair, I would make that recommendation for the $100,000 additional funding.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wynn, I'm also wondering, maybe staff would recommend, if we did a consumer price index, what is it, like a 3% annual, so that they're not coming back behind every 2, 3, or 5 years because it's due to inflation, things have gotten more expensive. Would we be well suited just building in that mechanism? What would your opinion be? You've got more experience in government and funding than I do, Vice Chair.
Well, I mean, there's kind of a mixed bag in regards to, tying increases to inflation, because inflation, unfortunately, we use the Bay Area for inflation oftentimes because that's the only measure that's available to us. I think as done this year in regards to the additional costs, as far as certainly the retirement costs and health costs and all those things which we all incur, I would say I would leave it up to the Historical Society to make those judgments as to their need, because it may be something other than inflation, especially when we, as we've talked about here on the board in regards to our contributions for retirement, which they're involved in. Secondly, the healthcare costs, et cetera. So that might not, inflation may not cover that. So I'd see it tied to actual expenditures as opposed to just a number which may or may not either satisfy the needs.
Okay. So for now, we'll hold with the 100,000 additional. Thank you. And then Supervisor, I'd revisit again with you so we have an official where we might be with Wonders of the World. That again is in your district. And the additional perhaps 10% it might cover, and it might be refunded as we've talked about.
I think based upon what obviously has been said in regards to the return of funds, it really doesn't make any difference whether we do the 41 or 46. Whatever they pay is going to be, I'm looking at maybe, as Supervisor Miller has pointed out, they're probably in the ballpark of 42,000. And so, but you make a good point, and I had really, I won't say I've forgotten, but I didn't think of the increased costs and the lack of inventory that we're finding in the new car market. So I would go with the 46 just to cover their base. I think, as Supervisor Miller pointed out, they have a listing of what they're going to purchase. So I think if they hold to that and whatever comes out of it, then they can return if there's any excess. So that would be my recommendation, Chair.
Okay, thank you. My third grade math capabilities puts this at about $122,186,000 supplemental request to this. I'd like to verify and check that. And Supervisor Villapudua.
I just had a question for Ms. Hart. Can you tell me if American Legion, Carl Ross Post requested any money?
They did not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman,
right.
The total increase would be $222,186.
See, I knew my third grade math wasn't going to get me there. I overlooked the 100. All right. Well, based on that, would I entertain County Council? Do we take a motion on this supplemental change, or is this just put into the overall budget that we're going to eventually approve?
I have to think about that for a moment. I think you can make a motion to approve the overall budget with those supplemental changes, and that will suffice.
Okay. I thought Vice Chair Wynn, you've got, again, more history than I have. I know we've gone over these in the past. Do we usually address it separately and we talk about these supplements as a board to approve? How have we done that in the past? Would you remind me, please?
I think the recommendations that the board has made in regards to any increases are included in the motion for approval of the budget.
Okay, so they're just barring any further discussion.
Well, I mean, certainly there can be discussion. I assume other supervisors may have some comments, but after the discussion in regards to these changes, et cetera, then there would be a motion to pass, and then a second, and then we would vote on it.
Okay, so we'll do that on this. You'd recommend that on this alone. Okay, so then looking at the $222,186 amendment to this the non-county organizations, I would be looking for a motion to approve and second it, barring any further discussion. But moving forward, if there's a motion to approve, a second, we will vote. That satisfy staff?
Yes, that's fine.
Any public comments?
Thank you, Chairman. There are no public comments related to the NCO funding.
On this, okay, thank you.
I'll move it if we're voting.
Motion to approve?
Right. Second the motion.
And I have a second. I see a request to speak from Supervisor Miller.
Nope.
I just want to comment that while I don't agree with every one of these changes, The motion is moving them as a group, and there are a number of them that I do strongly support, so I'm not going to oppose this. I just wanted it for the record known. I don't approve of every single one of these. I think it's a little dangerous when we're enticing people to ask for more money than they've originally ascertained their needs, but I'm not going to oppose this because I do agree that some of these are very necessary, especially in the case of our historical society.
Supervisor Miller, you're speaking like a conservative Republican. You have to be very careful. I have a motion to approve and seconded. Please vote. That has adopted 5-0. Thank you very much, and all the important levels of engagement from all of our local nonprofits that were here and the services you guys offer. Thank you for these non-county organizations. Mr. Rose.
Chairman Petty, I apologize for interrupting. I just want to remind you before you close the public hearing that we do have a couple of public comments related to the budget. And then I also want to bring to your attention that there was a non-agenda related public comment that I've received. It does appear to have come in before the 9 a.m. public comment period, so I do feel that it's necessary to read it, and it could be read after the conclusion of the final budget hearing.
Understood. I'm just going to ask Mr. Rose, where are we currently? And then I recognize that we have a couple of public comments.
Chairman Patty, what we have is we have a PowerPoint presentation prepared, which will have all what we believe at this point is board directions through the hearings the last 2 days, and also incorporating the budget changes for the non-county organizations.
Okay. Before we get there, let's have our public comments.
Thank you, Chairman. The first comment is from Donald Donner, who writes, "Good evening, Board of Supervisors. To start off, Angela Davis says this about defunding the police and abolition. Quote, it's about shifting public funds to new services and new institutions, mental health counselors who can respond to people who are in crisis without arms. It's about shifting funding to education, to housing, to recreation. All of these things help to create security and safety. It's about learning that safety, safeguarded by violence, is not really safety. And I would say that abolition is not primarily a negative strategy. It's not primarily about dismantling, getting rid of, but it's about re-envisioning. It's about building anew," end quote. As someone who's grown up here and chosen to stay because I love this place, when will we consider defunding the police and abolition to address violence here? So many people fall through the cracks in our carceral systems that have historically harmed our communities here, particularly criminalizing refugees, immigrants, poor and houseless people, survivors of sexual and gender violence. Can our county budget expand our networks of community care and reimagine what public safety structure look like? What would San Joaquin County Health and Wellness look like if we were to shift our budget funding to support our public education, mental health care, housing for our most vulnerable, and to support efforts in making our cities and rural places worth visiting? We need to make a different set of investments if we are to address the community violence that happens in the place we all call home. Thank you for your time. The next comment is submitted by Sophia Colon, who writes, "Dear San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, my name is Sophia Colon. Our county needs robust behavioral health services, most desperately psychiatrists to provide a full scope of behavioral health care. I recommend an investment to expand capacity to greater serve the needs of San Joaquin County's behavioral health workforce. Increasing capacity for a psychiatry residency program in San Joaquin County will directly result in residents seeking permanent placement in San Joaquin County, thereby filling our desperate need. Psychiatrists make up 5% of Northern San Joaquin Valley's behavioral health workforce, according to UCSF Health Force. Increasing capacity for psychiatrists will relieve primary care physicians and family nurse practitioners from filling the current gap in prescription medication treatment, as well as increase patient access. The University of California reports physicians are most likely to practice where they receive their residency. The Johns Hopkins Psychiatry Guide explains providers working in their native regions can establish effective interpersonal and working relationships with clients because they inherently recognize the social and cultural influences that affect patient care. Psychiatry doctoral students closest to San Joaquin County attend 1, UC Davis San Joaquin Valley Prime Program, or 2, UCSF CSU Fresno Partnership at UC Merced. Students must seek residency outside of our area. The further they leave, the less likely they will return. St. Joseph's Psychiatry Residency Program has just begun their first cohort this summer, 2021. This provides our students with the first and only option for our area. Will San Joaquin County follow? We must. And the next comment is submitted by Ko Lau, who writes, "Hi, my name is Kao Sheng, and I am the Civic Engagement Table Coordinator for Central Valley United for Power, CVUP. CVUP is a coalition of 8 organizations that are located throughout the Central Valley, including in San Joaquin. My comment is on the San Joaquin's 2021-2022 proposed budget, a budget that is labeled, quote, structurally balanced budget to begin the rebuilding process following destructive pandemic, end quote, but seems to be doing the exact opposite when the county's Human Services Department funding is proposed to decrease $10.9 million. The Human Services Department covers Children's Services, CalFresh, Aging and Community Services, CalWorks, and Medi-Cal. These are all services that are an extremely important part of San Joaquin's, quote, rebuilding process following a destructive pandemic, end quote. A $10.9 million decrease in the Human Services Department's budget means our children and elderly population falling through the gap and possibly not receiving their most basic needs. The proposed law and justice budget increase of $29.9 million, with the Sheriff Department receiving almost half of the law and justice budget at $198.3 million, is concerning. Sheriff Pat Withrow's presentation at the 6/22 Board of Supervisors meeting heavily mentioned improving San Joaquin residents' quality of life, and the Human Services and the Health Services Departments are the 2 main departments with the most well-equipped and knowledgeable professionals to handle this matter. The Human Services Department should not take a $10.9 million loss for 2021-2022. I encourage the Board of Supervisors to have the CAO office propose a new 2021-2022 budget. And Chairman Patty, that concludes the comments related to the budget. And again, I do have one additional comment that you may want to take after.
Well,
and also read it now if you'd like.
You read it right now. Let's please go.
Okay, this is anonymous, who writes, "Dear Board of Supervisors, there was word that employees would not have to wear masks any longer last Friday, 6/18. On 6/21, the same statement came out, however, with a catch. Sign off attesting that one has been vaccinated in order to do so. So unvaccinated employees or ones choosing to not disclose will be discriminated against for choosing not to get the vaccine, with having to wear masks. That being their scarlet letter, how is this okay? Will all of the public entering county buildings also be required to sign off they are vaccinated, or will they be allowed to come in at will, no questions asked? Will there be a list of who actually has vaccinated with proof we can all see, including board members? In this day and age, one would think that segregating or discriminating against a group of people would be a minimum frowned upon. Please reconsider creating a divide amongst coworkers, masks for all, not for some, or those who choose. Thank you for your time, Anonymous." And that concludes the comments.
Thank you. But at this time, I'll bring us to the board. And you said you have a slide presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Then proceed with the slide presentation.
Thank you. We have the following actions that either we need to highlight and be transparent in the budget, or also board direction through the last couple days. So first, we have approved the final budget with any modifications desired as the final county and special districts budgets for fiscal year 2021-2022. We have authorized the county purchasing agent to execute the non-county organization agreement with the Women's Center Youth and Family Services in the amount of $225,000. We have approved the extension of the tobacco settlement funding allocation formula for the 10-year period, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2031. Direct the county administrator to work with the airport director to create a prioritized list of one-time airport projects and bring back the report to your board. We have direct the county administrator to oversee the collaborative effort to fight homelessness, and those departments include the Sheriff's Office, District Attorney, Behavioral Health Services, Environmental Health Department, and Public Works Department, with the goal of having efficient services and comprehensive services for all the programs. Direct the General Services Director to create a prioritized list of infrastructure and improvement projects needed for parks and bring this report back to your board. Direct the County Administrator to work with staff to create a long-term plan to expand the digitization and storage of county records from various locations into one location. Direct the County Administrator to work with the Healthcare Services Director to bring back to the board potential home key projects utilizing state and ARPA funds or funding, and review and adjust the non-county organization policies regarding countywide services and bring that policy back to the board. We have budget adjustments. We have $50,000 for the Clinton McClosson American Legion, $60,000 for the Tracy Interfaith Ministries, $100,000 increasing the base for the San Joaquin County Historical Society. We have an increase of $4,186 to the World of Wonders Museum and $8,000 to the American Heritage Center. What that increase would be, like we discussed, is $222,186. Our office would recommend taking that from the provisions from contingency. That does not affect the reserve, so our reserve remains at the 5%. And that's what we have to date. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I would also, I have a note here I wanted to add. When it came to the working on the homeless plans, not that you necessarily need to put a slide back, but it was a very healthy and very important discussion from Supervisor Miller with the CAO to collaborate and work with those agencies. I would almost venture to create an ad hoc committee. And I would invite Supervisor Miller to join with me so we're working. She's got a long history with Continuum of Care, and we all care about these issues. So I would almost venture, if Supervisor Miller is interested in, we have an official ad hoc committee, maybe meet maybe 1 or 2 or 3 times. I'm uncertain, but I think it'd be good to have some good, strong collaboration with the board.
Most certainly. What we'll do is these directives and policies we're going to include in the final budget resolution. So I'll include that language in addition to this in our language.
Great, thank you. So then next, I guess we'll bring this back to the board for any comments. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I think that this budget includes some very wise investments. I'm very, very pleased to see the commitment to reducing our unfunded pension liability. That's made a huge difference to the funds so far that benefits all the participants. And I think the county making this kind of additional commitment to it, it improves not only our funding status, it improves our credit ratings, our bonding capabilities, all of the things that strengthen our county fiscally, reducing this huge, it's our single largest liability on our balance sheet. That goes a long way. So I'm very pleased to see that. I think that's a smart investment. I'm also pleased to see that there's very much an increase in discussion and focus on the reality of homelessness, not only on individuals who are experiencing it, but on the rest of our residents as well. And that this board is very much committed to trying to craft solutions that balance the needs of all of our residents. I think that's a positive thing. I also acknowledge that some of the reductions we've seen in this budget have been because outside funding for various programs has ended. The programs have essentially ended. But I also agree with, we've heard a lot of comments from the public that there are tremendous needs in this county. And I just want to point out just a couple of things in terms of, I mean, this board is very focused on economic development. How do we help our businesses? How do we get people back to work? One of the number one things that's preventing people, especially women, from going back into the workforce is the lack of childcare. We have a huge lack of providers. Just the increase we approved for our sheriff for the new division, that would pay for almost 1,800 kids in San Joaquin County to receive quality childcare for a year and allow their parents to go back to work full time. Looking to our future, you know, what we hear is we need to invest in services that will eventually eliminate the need for such high investments in public safety. The dilemma for us as elected officials is, how do you find the dollars to invest in these other things that are proven to work? Investing in children's services 0 to age 5, making sure that all our kids can read at the 3rd grade level by the 3rd grade. We know those things work because the state bases the number of prison cells they're going to develop on the number of kids who can't read at 3rd grade level. We know that makes a difference. But our dilemma is, how do we make those investments when we still have to provide for the public safety in today's reality? And I would like to propose to this board and to our staff that right now we are seeing an influx of unprecedented dollars to local government. We have $148 million coming in for the American Rescue Plan, and that's on top of the $70 million of CARES Act dollars that we were able to repurpose and move into our or remain in our general fund. That is a generational amount of, we're not going to see it again. And it is one-time money. And I believe that as a board, we need to have some kind of a strategic planning session specifically for these one-time dollars that are here and within the county. The school districts are getting a huge influx as well. We need to make sure we're in sync with them. Some of our cities are getting a big influx. I believe we need to have some sort of a strategic planning session to figure out what would be the best kind of investment for San Joaquin County for these one-time funds. And so I am prepared to support this budget today, but I want to make it really clear to the public that I don't want these dollars to just very quietly be directed into things that may or may not reflect our citizens' priorities. So I would like to propose going forward that we have some kind of a board strategic planning session, a public session, where this board wrestles with some of those priorities and we hear from the public in terms of what could we invest these one-time dollars in that would reap lasting benefits for our county. So thank you. Those are my final comments, and I would be happy to make the motion to approve the budget as we've just seen presented by staff.
I'll come back to you for that. Any other supervisors have any comments or statements? Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn.
I appreciate the comments from Supervisor Miller, and I would agree that, unfortunately, there's times where we have a largesse of funding that sometimes it is, I don't want to say wasted, but it is not presented in an orderly fashion. So I would say that, I know we've talked about some things during this budget hearing in regards to some of the needs that the county has, especially our infrastructure. I think those are very important, but there will be probably money left over if we address even those priorities. So I would agree from the standpoint that we need to have a discussion in regards to how we're going to spend these monies. But I think the key point, which is touched upon, is this is one time. For example, I understand the child care issue, and unfortunately, from my vantage point, I think to some degree there was some, I want to say mismanagement, but nonetheless, we have suffered a loss of a lot of child care facilities. But on the other side of it, we have to be careful not to spend something that would not be able to be sustainable in the future, which means if we spend it now, what happens when the funding runs out at the end of June 30th next year? Where does everybody go if we provide these benefits? So again, I agree that we need to have that discussion and certainly make some prioritization of these funds. Other than that, I appreciate my fellow board members in regards to their willingness to engage and certainly to represent their constituents on the priorities that they see that need to be addressed. And I think this budget, pretty much covers the entire county, and I think that the interests and the priorities of the county residents. So with that, I will conclude and thank my fellow board members for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask, we have some departmental heads in the room before we close out our budget hearing. Is there any further discussion or asks? I know Director Dietrich, I put you on the spot yesterday about some things in your department and some of the things we might be discussing a little bit down the road.
Thank you, Chairman Patty, for the opportunity. On the proposed slides that were put up there, I want to work in partnership with the county administrator, specifically working on Project Homekey, motel conversions or adaptive reuse. I think there's a grand opportunity there. I think last year the CEO did a RFP for qualified developers. Really needed to convene them, finding out what projects that might be in the pipeline that we can help them further develop, such that we have competitive awards. But there's nothing on the table right now to actually propose and have funding. No details, no specific sites. But working with the county administrator, our CAO, our COC, and other partners, working to fully develop those, and hopefully been appreciative of the 2x2x2. Hopefully there's opportunities, because I don't think all these Project Home Keys should be cited in the city of Stockton, but are there opportunities in Tracy, Manteca, and Lodi as well? When I spoke yesterday about needing more of everything, I'm specifically looking at transitional and permanent supportive housing. If we do stand up more shelters, and I know that will be presented on June 13th, a proposal for an initial congregate shelter. We need exits from those shelters to give people that are going in there some hope that, hey, after 90 days, we have a place for you to go, and that it's not just a refugee camp, if you will, but that they go there, they get stabilized, and there are exits. So when I say we need more of everything, we need some shelter space with wraparound services, but also transitional and permanent supportive housing. When you look at the one project for the Project Homekey Town Center Studios, that was really a partnership with the city, Stan, Central Valley Low Income Housing. They got additional monies from the Chan Zuckerberg, but really where I'm going is ultimately what the county might contribute is a layer of the funding, but we really need to engage our nonprofits to operate these type of centers. So hopefully, I know in the budget there's $60 million that is put aside into capital, and hopefully as projects have become fully vetted and developed, hopefully we can quickly move forward on some of those opportunities.
So question for you, and we may not have this answer right now, and it may not change anything, but speaking with one of the local developers contacted me and says, we're missing out on these state dollars. That's why 2 weeks ago we had this meeting, and I asked that we get Director Kwong together with yourself, CAO, and we start to talk about what's missing. And according to this developer, by us as a county not having available funds earmarked for project development, they can't even apply for the state grants or any allocation to match or accelerate the development of affordable or low-income housing for those that are greatly in need. So, is the cart before the horse? What are we dealing with? If their complaint is that we don't have the dollars put aside, so as I've done already today, I'm throwing out a softball. Is there a dollar? Is there a number? Is there something that you would say we know we need X amount of dollars? Or is this something you want to revisit later?
I think convening all of those stakeholders is going to be primary, the key to this. There's only certain entities that can be the applicant, and those are cities, counties, housing authorities, and partners with others. I mentioned yesterday the state will fund up to $100,000 per door. Then it's a 50% match above that. These nonprofit developers generally are not bringing equity to the table. They're bringing expertise as a developer. Does the county or other entities, philanthropy, have some soft equity that donating a parcel or such? But in the grand scheme of things, if we're looking at adaptive reuse of a motel at $250,000 per door, that's $150,000 above the state funding. We need $75,000 per door. 100 doors is on the order of $7.5 million, let alone setting aside a stability reserve to maintain the integrity of that improvement over the 20-year requirement that is before supportive housing. So those are the type of dollars we're looking for. Hopefully the audience, the developer community sees that there are one-time dollars. There is a commitment. Hopefully when these things are fully vetted, they can be presented to the board for authority, and hopefully there's a 5-0 vote. There's nothing currently on the table at this point. However, the first round of Project Home Key, very tight time frames. Right now the NOFA is not even out, but there will be at least a longer period of time for us to start working now. But once the NOFA is out and some of those details, hopefully we have some projects that we can winnow down and find several of them that we can fully develop in partnership, make those commitments, and then as we present those to the state, bring as many dollars as possible to San Joaquin County. Okay, and I have another last-minute question for you. In one of the last continuum of care meeting that myself and Supervisor Rickman were part of, we were asking about things like this, like what's missing, identifying, and I know that Adam Cheshire, as Peter Ragsdale has noted, he's exceptionally valuable and helpful and knows a lot of things about where the money is hidden and process and procedure we need to go through. It was noted, as I was exasperating, if something's missing, as we're talking about and closing those gaps of the unknown, it was mentioned that perhaps Adam needs a team around him or support or additional staff. Do you find that we're inadequate? Is that something that we need to investigate? Because I was told, what are they doing in Fresno? What are they doing in Sacramento? Is there a team of 2, 3, 5, 8, 10 people that are bringing in these millions of dollars that we're not getting? So that's part of the what's missing, or if there's anything identifiable, I'll throw that out there now to you. I'd agree. Adam could use some more direct supports. Neighborhood preservation was realigned from community development down to healthcare services in November. We have literally 2 years ago managing 5-6 grants at $8 million to now 20 plus grants and $30 plus million. Those grants, I could set aside, generally 10% of the grant amount to basically administer the notice of funding availability, the RFP, and then the report and requirements. I can't use that money outside of those grants. Adam himself is funded by a HUD planning grant. That planning grant requires a 25% local match. Currently, that local match has been supplied by the Community Corrections Partnership and AB 109. We are topped out on that match. So any additional support for Adam as far as staff or even I know the continuum of care is having some of these things of we're the collaborative applicant. How can we directly support more staff, if you will, for the COC or our homeless initiatives? When I mentioned that the grant dollars and the planning grant, there are not additional external dollars for additional staff that are more global for homelessness planning. It might be indeed a discretionary fund ask.
Okay, nothing identified at this time, though, and I would just throw them over to the CAO that perhaps as we're moving forward, if we're expanding our homeless services and doing more, we might open up a new position that would work in conjunction with Adam and your offices, and we're perhaps, I'm just throwing it out there, if it's needed, if we're missing out on tens of millions of dollars, and we need to up our game.
I'm doing what we can to support Adam. As you know, the Assistant Director, Matt Garber, for the agencies is also a Continuum of Care Board member. So then staff in my office, also I have a small office in Benton Hall, about 6 people. We're doing what we can to support Adam. But if we want to do more, it might take more. But I know there's been some dialogue at the COC about this as well, that, the county is a collaborative applicant. The COC is basically a body of willing members volunteering their time. They have day jobs and restrictions there. But we really, how can we support the COC and the COC support the county and the cities to getting some of these projects to fruition?
Okay, maybe when we, as I mentioned, maybe forming this little ad hoc committee, but as we start to talk with agencies, part of this discussion is, again, what are they doing in Fresno or down in other counties throughout San Ramon, over in the Bay Area? I know they've got some different robust programs, so I'm just throwing out there that let's bring all possibilities to the table so we're having a good discussion. But I wanted to see if there was anything additional before we close out our budget.
I just don't have anything concrete before you now, but hopefully as we start convening these meetings, there are going to be some action items that we can directly follow up on.
Great, thank you, appreciate it. Any other comments or questions from any of the board members? If not, we're going to look to entertain CAO Wolverine. You're making a motion to perhaps speak?
Sure, I'd like to. I have a few comments if you'd like. So hearing all the comments that were made as a part of the winding down our 2 days worth of budgets here. And I just wanted to remind everyone that when we put the budget together, and if from reading my budget message, there's 4 cornerstones that we kind of targeted when we put the budget together, and I think you saw them over the last day and a half. One is economic recovery and development, and towards that, and Supervisor Miller mentioned the amount of ARPA money we have on the way. Well, we have half of it now in the Treasury, and the amount that we were able to pull over from the CARES Act. In addition to looking at different ways to do that, we've engaged an outfit, I believe I've mentioned this in the board meetings before, Beacon Economics, and we're full tilt in the process of pulling that together, Warren Act information, unemployment information, and to see which of our communities and businesses have been hurt the worst, or we can actually outreach to them as opposed to having them come to us. So we are already exploring ways in order to deploy that out to the community outside of our organization. As you also saw in the Law and Justice, we are looking at crime. Crime has jumped up significantly. We look to address that through the DA and the sheriff's budgets. Homelessness we've talked about, and we mentioned the low barrier shelter that we talked about, the blueprint that we're currently working on, and any other items and initiatives. Greg just mentioned the one about potentially pulling an ad hoc committee together, as you had suggested, Chair, and also Supervisor Miller's request from the other day, which Mr. Rose has captured in his update. And then, of course, COVID. Things are obviously looking a lot better. We don't know where things are going to go with the Delta variant, and we'll keep our eyes on that. And of course, we'll be shepherding the money that comes along with that to use it most effectively. The one other thing that I wanted to bring back around in the midst of all of this is also our capital expenditure requirements, which should probably be folded in to any board strategic planning we want to do about that money. As you heard Marcia Cunningham talk about 1 or 2 board meetings ago, we are looking at, over the next 10 years, about $280 million worth of capital that we're looking at deploying. And while we may be feeling like we're flush in cash right now, that's a lot of construction over the next decade to look at. So I think a board strategic planning session would be great, so that everyone here sitting at the dais are in some sort of like-minded notion about what we might do with that. As Supervisor Wynn mentioned, we all need to keep in mind this is one-time money, and we want to use it for one-time purposes. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to you, Chair. Thank you very much for the comments.
Thank you, and I appreciate Supervisor Miller asking for a strategic plan. And if you recall, probably last couple months, I've mentioned more than once to you that I'd like to do that planning. The city of Stockton had done it, and that's why I'd shared with you when you were recently selected as our CAO that I think that should be on the docket, and it should probably even be an annual, so we can get inside, we can talk, we can hear from different departments and whatever we are on task about. As pointed and discussed, there are some very important issues and some planning. So I'm glad to hear that I think all of us board supervisors would appreciate that and look forward to perhaps in the next 45 days or so we can do something like that.
I can certainly look into pulling it together as soon as possible, and I'll shoot for the 45-day target. Something to point out is the board, I think this board was involved in it when it started, was this strategic priorities planning, which had been every 3 years and updated, and this is the last year of that, so we would be on schedule to do that anyway. I don't know if you want to have this as an augmentation of this or as a separate session, but I think we're probably due for that as well.
Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out, that I thought we were coming to the end of our 3 years for strategic planning for the board. But because we have a new CAO and we have a new board member as well, typically we do that in advance of going into the budget season so that whatever new priorities the board sets can be baked into the budget work. So I think doing it in the next, 45 to 60 days, that kind of puts us, maybe it's a little early, but I don't think it would be too early. I sort of feel, though, that this would be an add-on to that, because I think this is kind of a one-time, very unusual situation, and it is important to remember it's one-time money, and so we need to, I think we need to deal with that. And so I think having that would be great.
What I might suggest, Supervisor Miller, is I don't have the date off the top of my head, but it's sometime in September is when the Economic Recovery Development Program is supposed to be delivered. Maybe after we get our hands on that, it would be a good segue into that kind of a meeting.
I think that would be good. That would inform a lot of our decisions. I'm not sure how the rest of the board feels, but I feel like it would be really good to have that information because it would help inform our decisions.
One of the things I might be able to do as well is the organization because we always have a facilitator for these, and unfortunately the facilitator that we had for our he passed away. So I'm kind of looking around to see who we might be able to. CSAC, I understand, has resources available, although with the budget going on, I haven't had the chance to dive into that yet. But what I could do is see if Beacon Economics would be interested in maybe doing a facilitation for us along with that, if that would be something the board might be interested in.
That was the Beacon Economics?
Yeah, if we were to get together to do the strategic planning session, obviously the planning would be outside of what they would provide, but we might, if we wanted to, have a representative there to kind of walk us all about, the board, along with myself and whomever else through that kind of planning process.
Okay, and is that, so let's back up a moment. So Supervisor Miller made a point that, we can get very heavy on what we're planning on strategic plans. So Supervisor Miller, I think you were delineating what perhaps the sessions could be about. Would you like to clarify that so we can see where this Beacon Economic Group would fit in?
Well, typically our strategic planning session, it's exactly as you described. We bring in all of our department heads, participate, and the board talks about priorities and things going on in the community. Staff provides input in terms of what they're currently working on, what perhaps potential things they could be taking on, and the board sets those. We have 5 right now. They're kind of overarching priorities for the board. And then Those priorities inform every single department in the county as they develop their budget every year. They have to identify how their departmental budget is responding to the board's priorities. What I'm saying is some strategic planning in terms of the combination CARES Act and American Rescue Plan dollars. I think that would be over and above those sort of overarching strategic principles. So maybe we would do that a second day, or maybe we would do it another day, but I see that as being, those are one-time dollars that what's going to come out from our economic recovery plan that we have commissioned. There may be some very specific investments there that we may want to consider for those one-time dollars. Similarly to when I was describing childcare, it's not always necessarily a subsidy of childcare so much as perhaps it is, what do we do to get childcare providers back up and running? Those are the kind of one-time investments that the county can make that would provide a ripple effect to our residents. So I see them as being very complementary in terms of strategic planning, but not necessarily rolling them in together. I think those 5 or 3 or however many we come up with, those overarching strategic priorities, those inform every aspect of our budgeting. And so I think we need to focus on those. But I would leave it up. I would be happy leaving it up to our CAO to determine who would be best to facilitate either one or both of those. If it's the same outside consultants, I would leave that up to our CAO. That's why you are the CAO.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. So then back to our CAO. What I'm hearing, and I would agree that this American Recovery Plan and these dollars, and that's perhaps where you're wanting to bring in Beacon Economics so they can share some of the relevance and the planning and the analysis that they have.
I was thinking that might be it was a extemporaneous thought as we were having the discussion here, but I think that would fit in nicely because they're the ones who are doing all the work and they would have that information at their fingertips, even if it were just to, participate for an hour or two as we go over the report and we might have interactive comments that would help them kind of expand on what they provide us.
All right. Well, if we're doing a 2-day event or whatever you think, Supervisor Miller's kind of bringing it to you. So if you want to reach out to facilitators, sure. This could be separated by days, weeks, or a couple of months when we're talking about the recovery plan, and when we start to talk about formulating when we'll be doing our board strategic meetings. I think that's its own enterprise.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And just off the top of my head, again, I might suggest that the overall strategic plan of the board's priorities might want to come first and then see how the strategic planning for the, supplemental money that we have would fit underneath those priorities once those priorities were established. Okay. To me, that would seem the most logical.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
All right, any other comments from the board before we go to an approval or budget?
I'll second.
Supervisor Rickman?
I'll just second Supervisor Miller's motion.
Okay. I'm going to just further state that, while we're looking at planning, development, some of the buildings that need to happen in this county, you heard and we have listened to, and there's been a lot of time and effort taken in by all of these board members regarding homeless. And as you know, 2 weeks ago we had a discussion. We tried to do a set aside. There's no supplemental request for today, but we'll be revisiting this on July 13th. I would encourage this board to pay very careful attention to the discussions we've had. You see that the Sheriff's Department is engaging, the District Attorney is engaging at their levels. We have local nonprofits. We're looking to partner with cities, not just the city of Stockton. There are cities that are asking from the county that they're going to need some startup funding to help get going, as Supervisor Miller pointed out in several meetings ago, that any expenditures we can't focus on just Stockton. So looking at the strategic plan, that we will be hearing on July 13th. I'm going to agendize, as we discussed yesterday, so that we are hearing from Manteca, Tracy, and Lodi about their needs as we start to address the needs that Ms. Cindy Basso is looking at as it relates to the Stockton-centric facility. So I want to bear that in mind that, while we didn't set anything aside 2 weeks ago, it was a very robust, lengthy conversation. There's a lot of a great need, and I think we would be remiss if we didn't facilitate our cities and the citizens and create pathways and emulate models of success when it comes to sheltering, wraparound services, navigation centers, you name it, you name what it is, we need it, because what we're doing is not enough of anything. The Housing First model we know doesn't work, and it's not the end all. There does need to be an exit strategy, but there also needs to be an entry point. The entry point is not the street, it's not the levee bank, it's not public or private land and living in squalor. That's not your entry point. That's the last place you've landed before it can get better. That's the most desperate area you're going to be. That's the humanitarian crisis, when we see a human being living next to a road or on the waterways and living in despair and living in, whether it be under, with addictive issues or mental health problems. That is a humanitarian travesty that we are watching, and that's not the entry before housing. We need to bring them to a central point with services. It's all talked about. It's in the strategic plan. It's been enunciated. It's been talked about to a point of exhaustion. We know, we just saw down in Los Angeles, a federal judge stepped in and said for the $1 billion that the city and county have dedicated, he wants everybody sheltered by fall. That's not housed. It's sheltered by fall. So in July 13th, we're coming forward. We're going to be asking and hearing from our cities and from people that are putting a lot of time and energy to coming forward with a plan. I would like to see and hope that this board is open and they're constructive and they're willing to take a leap of faith into doing something more than what we're doing, because the current model is falling dramatically short, and there are people, there are women, there are children that daily are subject to horrendous environments. Whether it be crime, it could be rape, there's there's heat in the hundreds again. This is summertime. They don't have adequate water. They don't have adequate food. They don't have shelter. They don't have cooling. They're living in squalor and despair. This is a humanitarian crisis, first and foremost, and we need to do more about it. So with that said, we have a motion to approve this budget as presented, and as we've discussed in the amendment, we have a second. I believe we're ready to vote. We have adopted our 2021-2022 budget by a 5-0. I appreciate everybody's engagement. CAO's office, I know you jumped in there just a few months ago. Chris, team, everybody that's worked on this, Ms. Regala, you guys have all had, you're probably going to start next week on next year's budget. So I know it's one of those never-ending pursuits and levels of engagement. But we appreciate everybody through the CA's office, all of the departments, everybody that's risen to the occasion to serve this community. We thank you and appreciate all of you. I think at this time, we're adjourned.